Chapter 984. With that, Du Xiaofu untied the square box on his back. Boom! The purple gold heavenly tower appeared, accompanied by the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and tortoises. Dazzling talisman runes shot up into the sky from the body of the sword. Terrifying power erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire sealed space and causing rumbling sounds to ring out. Du Xiaofu held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. The terrifying aura it emitted was like a peerless divine weapon awakening. An invisible, baleful aura was suppressed within the sword, unable to leak out. The new weapon spirit is so powerful. Alchemy Senior was surprised. She had personally inspected the purple gold heavenly tower before, so she could feel the changes in it. Du Xiaofu then told Kuang Zun, Yuxianzi, and Alchemy Senior about Jiangqin's corpse core and the weapon spirit in the weapon space. It's a zombie body. No wonder its aura is so strange. Alchemy Senior, Yuxianzi, and Kuang Zun looked at Jiangqin. They finally knew his identity. It's your great fortune to be able to obtain such a weapon spirit. It seems like our chances of success are much higher. Yuxianzi smiled faintly. The new artifact spirit was directly transformed from the powerful artifact spirit. With such a powerful artifact spirit, it was naturally much easier to deal with the ominous weapon spirit. Then let's begin. Let's not delay and let Old Four recover. Amethyst Venerable said with a smile, Xiaofu, your great martial uncle, fifth martial uncle, and seventh martial uncle will suppress the purple gold heavenly tower from the outside. Your third martial uncle and I will enter the purple gold heavenly tower with our primordial spirits and suppress the evil spirit together. Your primordial spirit will follow us in and control the new weapon spirit to destroy the evil spirit. Yu Xianzi said to Du Xiaofu, when suppressing the evil spirit, my corpse core might be able to help. Jiangqin said to Du Xiaofu, he couldn't enter the purple gold heavenly tower with his primordial spirit, but he could control his corpse core from the outside. Of course, this required someone to suppress the evil spirit. Then let's begin. As soon as Kuang Zun's voice fell, he, Zi Tianzuan, and Chen Xing all moved in unison. Hand seals condensed in the center of their palms, turning into dazzling talisman runes. Powerful energy, fluctuations distorted the space around them. Finally, a net of light covered the purple gold heavenly palace. Roar! Within the violet gold heavenly palace, the roars of dragons and tigers resounded, bringing about the sound of wind and thunder. The body of the sword clanged, the violet gold light spilled out, and the runes flowed, causing the surrounding space to rumble and tremble violently. Walala! At this moment, the fierce spirit within the purple gold heavenly palace seemed to have sensed something. It began to emit a surging, baleful aura. The frightening, baleful aura that spread out immediately caused one's heart to palpitate and his soul to tremble. Do it! Enter the purple gold heavenly palace with your primordial spirit. Seeing this, Alchemy Venerate sat down with his legs crossed. A stream of light flew out from his glabella, and a small body that was identical to his original body flew out like a baby. It was rippling with a terrifying primordial spirit aura. It was Alchemy Venerate's primordial spirit. It was wrapped in runes, and the spiritual fluctuations were powerful enough to distort the surrounding space. Fairy, you moved next. Light flickered between her glabella, and her primordial spirit body also appeared. The terrifying fluctuations were not any weaker than Alchemy Venerate's. Du Xiaofu sat down with his legs crossed. He formed a hand seal and closed his eyes. Dazzling runes spread out from his glabella, slowly appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The light faded and a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Du Xiaofu's appearance. However, compared to Du Xiaofu's body, this figure was like a baby. It was also extremely illusory. This illusory, Du Xiaofu had an ancient and boundless aura. It even had a unique violet gold color, which was the result of being refined by the purple gold profound bomb. At this moment, the aura of this illusory Du Xiaofu was not as strong as Fairy Yu's and Alchemy Venerate's primordial spirits. However, the fluctuation of the aura made Kuang Zun, Fairy Yu, Alchemy Venerate, Zi Tianzuan, and Qianxing's expressions change. How can a 7-star talisman master have such a strong primordial spirit? It is comparable to an 8-star talisman master. That aura is even more extraordinary. The primordial spirit of the pale Venerate could feel the pressure of the soul aura emanating from Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Even with his cultivation and knowledge, he could not help but be astonished. "All right, let's go in." Fairy Yu's primordial spirit spoke. Then her primordial spirit body turned into a divine light. Like a bolt of lightning, she swept straight into the purple gold heavenly palace, which was suspended in midair by Kuang Zun, Zi Tianzuan, and Qianxing. Qi, Alchemy Venerate, and Du Xiaofu's primordial spirits followed closely behind. The space was dark and gloomy, and there were many dazzling runes soaring into the sky. The oppressive aura was like a volcanic eruption. "You can't trap me. You can't trap me." In the dazzling runes in the distance, there were gusts of wind and thunder. Ghosts were crying and gods were howling. There was a terrifying demonic aura sweeping across. "Suppress." In the dazzling runes, there was a terrifying aura fluctuating. The runes were spreading, and the soul power was surging. That was a primordial spirit seal. In front of the dazzling runes, there was a pale, golden ball of light the size of a baby's fist. The dazzling, pale golden runes were dazzling like fireworks. However, the pale golden ball of light was enveloped by an extremely demonic aura that was about to devour it. The demonic aura seemed to have come from the underworld. It was about to break free from the suppression of the primordial spirit seal. The demonic aura swept across as if it came from the demonic realm. It was about to devour the pale, golden ball of light. Chi. 3 illusory figures of primordial spirits appeared in the space. The 3 auras fell and immediately caused the space to fluctuate. "Who is it?" There was a loud roar from within the demonic aura. "Third brother, Fairy Yu, why are you here?" "Xiaofu is my disciple. You are able to condense your primordial spirit. You have made great progress in your cultivation." There was a voice in the primordial spirit seal. On the seal, an illusory figure appeared happily. It was the primordial spirit of Xiahou Fenglei. "Greetings, master." Looking at the primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu was delighted. "Fourth brother, it's time for us to lend you a hand." Alchemy Master smiled when he saw Weapon Master. He was very happy. "Let's talk later." First brother, 6th brother, and 7th brother suppressed the primordial spirit outside. "Let's get down to business," Fairy Yu said to Weapon Master. Looking at the demonic aura in the primordial spirit seal, her illusory eyes narrowed. "Okay, let's talk later." "Weapon Master," Xiahou Fenglei smiled. Seeing that Fairy Yu and Alchemy Master were with Du Xiaofu, he could more or less guess what was going on outside. Compared to his initial worst-case scenario, the current situation was much better. This evil spirit is not easy to deal with. I don't know where the zombie core came from, but it has ruined my plan. If it devours it, I won't be able to suppress it anymore. I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop it from devouring the zombie core. Weapon Master said, "The zombie core was extraordinary. If it was devoured by the evil spirit, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The zombie core is my mistake." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He had used the purple gold heavenly palace to deal with Jiangchen. In the end, the evil spirit took the opportunity to take away Jiangchen's zombie core. The zombie core is extraordinary. Fortunately, it hasn't fallen into the evil spirit's body. Weapon Master said with a serious expression. He then said to Fairy Yu and Weapon Master, "You are here. First brother, sixth brother, and seventh brother are also outside. It won't be too difficult to suppress and destroy the evil spirit. However, I'm afraid that it will destroy the weapon I refined." "Master, don't worry. The purple gold, heavenly palace, won't be destroyed." Du Xiaofu smiled. With a thought, the new weapon spirit of the purple gold, heavenly palace appeared in front of him. 1. It was an illusory, purple gold, heavenly palace. Vast and mighty pressure spread out with an ancient aura. The sound of wind and thunder surged and clanged. This was the new weapon spirit of Du Xiaofu's purple gold heavenly palace. It was sealed in the weapon space of the ancient land and condensed from countless weapon spirits. Du Xiaofu hadn't used the new weapon spirit to help his master seal the evil spirit. He was afraid that if he was careless, it would be more of a hindrance than a help. The seal of the original spirit was no small matter. If there was a mistake, the weapon master's original spirit would be greatly affected or even severely injured. At this moment, the new weapon spirit's aura was the opposite of the evil spirit's. The evil spirit's aura was monstrous. The new weapon spirit was both good and evil, but its aura was definitely not much weaker than the evil spirit's. Why is this weapon spirit so strong? The weapon master saw the new weapon spirit in the purple gold heavenly palace and felt the vigorous aura that was both good and evil. He was extremely shocked. He could feel that the new weapon spirit was extraordinary. "It's not that easy to do anything to me." The evil spirit roared. At this moment, it also sensed the danger. Suddenly, a fierce aura burst out. It was so terrifying that it made the surroundings feel like it was being destroyed. Rumble. At the same time, the space trembled. Countless talismans and mysterious runes appeared above the void like a heavenly net, suppressing the void space. Mad Master and the others have already made their move. Let's begin. Yu Xianzi's original spirit looked up and said to Du Xiaofu softly, "We will help your master suppress the evil spirit. You control the new weapon spirit and take the opportunity to destroy the evil spirit. Be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded. Around the body of the original spirit, an ancient aura fluctuated and a faint purple-gold color swept past. "Then let's do it." The alchemy master's original spirit shouted and formed a hand seal. A large number of talismans and mysterious runes fluctuated and turned into a dazzling light. Finally, like a thunderbolt, it wrapped around the evil spirit that was sealed in the weapon master's original spirit. Swish! Yu Xianzi made her move at the same time. The dazzling light was like the brightest star. It turned into a talisman light and suddenly enveloped the evil spirit. "You can't do anything to me." At the same time, the evil spirit roared and emitted a dazzling light. It formed a terrifying vortex of evil spirit. The evil spirit's aura swept out like a hurricane. Under the terrifying evil spirit's aura, an ordinary person who had just become a martial honor would have their soul shattered. "Brothers, Xiao Yu has a date tonight. He took a break for one night. Today he has 2 chapters. If he comes back early, he will make up for it tonight. If he comes back late, he can only come back tomorrow." Chapter 985. The space trembled as a terrifying demonic aura rippled wildly, devouring the energy of heaven and earth. It absorbed the primordial spirit seal of the weapon sovereign, as well as the primordial spirit of Yu Xianzi and alchemy venerated. Under this frenzied absorption, the primordial spirits of the 3 top experts were shaken. Above the void, dazzling talisman runes released a powerful suppressive force, sealing the weapon sovereign's primordial spirit. The primordial spirits of Yu Xianzi and alchemy venerated restrained the demonic vortex. "Don't think you can do anything to me." Within the demonic vortex, a dazzling light bloomed like the sun. No one dared to look directly at it. A vague illusory had appeared in the sky, like the head of a demon god. a monstrous demonic aura swept out. The head of the demon, God, wanted to kill everything. Whoosh! Jiangchen's corpse core had been suppressed by the demonic spirit. Now it finally found an opportunity. The dazzling light of golden talisman runes shone like fireworks. An extremely demonic black aura swept out, as if from the depths of hell. It broke free from the demonic spirit suppression and began to counterattack. Be destroyed! The head of the demon god roared. Countless sword rays sealed the weapon sovereign's primordial spirit. Yu Xianzi, alchemy venerated, and the talisman runes around them shot out. Woo woo! When the sword rays appeared, ghosts cried and gods howled. They drew streaks of purple-gold light in the sky. Like purple-gold lightning, the demonic aura descended, destroying everything. Chi chi chi! The sword light was terrifying, but under the suppression of the corpse core and the many experts, it was completely locked down by the seals. Although the demonic spirit was strong, under the suppression of several top experts, it had no choice but to be restrained. Roar! The new artifact spirit roared. At this moment, it looked at the head of the demon god formed by the demonic spirit. Ancient talisman runes bloomed, vaguely absorbing the energy of the surrounding space. It looked like it was about to pounce, shocking everyone. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit looked up. He felt the aura of the artifact spirit fluctuating, as if it wanted to do something. The artifact spirit used to be the artifact spirit in the weapon space. It had already begun to communicate. Although it had become the artifact spirit of the purple-gold heavenly palace, it still had its own consciousness. It was just that Du Xiaofu controlled it. You seem to be doing something. Then go. With a thought, Du Xiaofu controlled the new spirit tool to fly towards the evil spirit. Roar! The new artifact spirit roared. The demonic spirit, the divine weapon spirit, looked down on the demonic spirit. The moment Du Xiaofu activated it, it charged directly toward the demonic spirit. At this moment, the new artifact spirit soared into the sky. It completely ignored the terrifying aura that erupted from the fiend god bestial soul and instantly shot into the energy vortex around it. Not demonic spirit, demonic spirit, demonic spirit, demonic spirit. It demonic spirit's demonic spirit, the demonic dragon, demonic was demonic, was it? Although it was, it it. Retreat! Du Xiaofu's origin spirit was shocked. He immediately controlled the new artifact spirit to retreat. Although the demonic spirit was suppressed, it was not easy to destroy it. Roar! Suddenly, unexpectedly, the new artifact spirit advanced instead of retreating. The roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and tortoises could be heard. The appearance of the purple-gold heavenly palace then changed. Faint shadows of the azure dragon soared into the sky, the white tiger entrenched. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the black tortoise divine turtle suppressed the world. Chi! Afterwards, all of this seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, directly piercing through space and landing on the head of the god fiend. With an unstoppable force, the head of the god fiend was blasted to pieces. Rumble! Space trembled, accompanied by the incessant cries of ghosts. Hum! The new artifact spirit roared. It opened its mouth like a vortex and began to devour the spirit of the demonic spirit. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Before Du Xiaofu could react, the terrifying demonic spirit had been destroyed. This change shocked the origin spirits of Honorable Refiner, Fairy and Honorable Alchemy. The demonic spirit that they had been suppressing was destroyed by the new artifact spirit. So easily, it was even devouring the spirit's energy. I understand. This new artifact spirit was originally born in the space inside the sealed ancient land. It was an ancient battlefield. Countless ancient experts had divine weapons that were of a higher level than divine weapons. They fought and destroyed the divine weapons leaving behind fragments. The remnant artifact spirits in the divine weapon fragments devoured each other to strengthen themselves over a long period of time. It became an instinct to devour. Then this artifact spirit was born. This artifact spirit contains the power of the ancient divine weapons. Finally, it was born with intelligence. Now, this artifact spirit has become the artifact spirit of the purple gold heavenly palace. This is equivalent to its real space. That's why it can completely destroy the spirit of the demonic weapon. Honorable Alchemy's origin spirit was shocked. This artifact spirit was definitely extraordinary. Whoosh! The seal on the origin spirit of Honorable Refiner shrank, and his origin spirit body appeared. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was still in shock, and said, "This artifact spirit is extraordinary. It can devour the energy of other artifact spirits to strengthen itself. Although the demonic spirit has been destroyed, you have to watch it completely absorb the demonic spirit's energy. Don't be careless." "Okay," Du Xiaofu nodded, and his origin spirit body smiled. Back then, in the weapon space, the artifact spirit was devoured by the artifact spirit. He didn't expect that after becoming a new artifact spirit, it still maintained its terrifying devouring ability and could devour the energy of other artifact spirits to strengthen itself. "Let's go out first." Fairy, Yu finally stopped frowning, but her eyes were still filled with surprise. She didn't expect that the demonic spirit that was suppressed would be destroyed by the new artifact spirit. Everything was daunting, but not dangerous. Finally, everyone's origin spirits flew out from the purple gold heavenly palace. "Fourth brother, you've made us look for you." Seeing the origin spirit of Honorable Refiner, Honorable Mad, Honorable Purple, and Honorable Qianxing were excited. "Your corpse core." Du Xiaofu's origin spirit flew out, took out Jiangqin's corpse core, and returned it to Jiangqin. "Many thanks." Jiangqin took the corpse core and swallowed it. A faint golden brilliance spread out, as if the soil had been irrigated with nutrients. His aura suddenly surged, and he quickly recovered. Fairy Yu and Honorable Pill's origin spirits returned to their original positions. Their eyes opened, and their auras rippled. "Quickly return your origin spirits to your body. Your disciple has already helped you get the Yin Spirit Crystal from the sealed ancient land. It's enough for you to completely recover." Yu Xianzi stood up and said to Revered Weapon. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The Yin Spirit Crystal is not easy to get. Honorable Refiner's origin spirit was stunned as he looked at Du Xiaofu's origin spirit. He knew how precious the Yin Spirit Crystal was, and it wasn't easy to get it from the sealed ancient land. "Xiaofu didn't just get the Yin Spirit Crystal. This time, you've taken in a good disciple." Kuang Zun grinned from ear to ear. Then he told the Weapon Venerable about Du Xiaofu's deeds in the sealed ancient land and the pride of the Seven Stars Hall. "Good boy, but don't be complacent." Honorable Refiner's origin spirit looked at Du Xiaofu, but he wasn't as excited as Honorable Refiner. Instead, he warned Du Xiaofu, but he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. "By the way, fourth brother, we've already merged the 7 halls into one. Xiaofu is the young hall master. In the future, the 7-star hall will be handed over to Xiaofu. We're all old." Honorable Qianxing said to Honorable Refiner, "I have no objections as long as he's willing." The Venerable Weapon nodded. He didn't have any opinion. Then he looked at Kuang Zun, Venerable Dan, Venerable Zi Tinzuan, and the others and said, "But Xiaofu is still young. You can't leave him to others. You have to help him." Honorable Refiner's words showed that he was protecting his young. "Of course." Honorable Refiner smiled. "Fifth brother." Honorable Refiner looked at the others. Only fifth brother wasn't here. "We'll talk about this later. You should recover your origin spirit first." Fairy Yu interrupted Honorable Refiner and said, "Xiaofu also needs to look after the weapon spirit. Let's leave first." "Okay," Honorable Refiner nodded, and then his origin spirit returned to his body. A wisp of lightning flashed between his eyebrows, and his eyes, which had been closed for thousands of years, opened. There was a flash of light like lightning, and it took a while for it to disappear. My body is still the most comfortable. Honorable Refiner stretched his body, and a crackling sound came from his body. Du Xiaofu's origin spirit returned to his body, and then he opened his eyes. He felt the aura of his master, Honorable Refiner, which seemed to be stronger than Honorable Purple Sky and the others. Chapter 986. Then, Honorable Equipment, Honorable Pill, Honorable Maniac, and Jiangchen left. Yu Xianzi opened the spatial restriction seal and left Du Xiaofu alone on the mountain peak, waiting for the weapon spirit to finish devouring the broken soul of the murderous weapon. According to Du Xiaofu's guess, after the new weapon spirit devoured the powerful soul of the murderous weapon, it would definitely improve further. The soul of the murderous weapon would not be weaker than the original weapon spirit. It was only because of the suppression of Honorable Maniac, Honorable Equipment, and Yu Xianzi, as well as the spatial advantage of the purple gold Heavenly Palace, that the new weapon spirit could easily destroy the soul of the murderous weapon. If it was in another place, without the suppression of several powerful experts, the new weapon spirit would definitely not be able to destroy the soul of the murderous weapon so easily. The energy of the broken soul of the murderous weapon was still surging. According to the new weapon spirit's devouring speed, Du Xiaofu estimated that it would take a long time for the new weapon spirit to completely devour the soul of the murderous weapon. As a result, Du Xiaofu brought the celestial palace of purplish gold into the desolation space. He observed the movements of the artifact spirit within the celestial palace of purplish gold as he sat down with his legs crossed and circulated the incomplete cultivation method. After a while, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in a dazzling white light. It was like a mysterious, dazzling white light, rippling with an ancient aura. In terms of martial arts, he was already at the peak of the martial emperor realm. In terms of talisman Dao, he was only at the 7 stars Nirvana realm. In this period of time, Du Xiaofu wanted to improve his talisman Dao. He could not lag behind too much, or it would affect his breakthrough in martial arts. Martial arts and talisman Dao complemented each other. Du Xiaofu had never looked down on talisman Dao. The primordial spirit of a talisman master was definitely much stronger than a martial arts cultivator. The importance of the primordial spirit was definitely not below the physical body. Du Xiaofu had an incomplete version of the mysterious cultivation technique in his mind. Cultivating it would yield twice the results with half the effort. More importantly, it could constantly increase the strength of one's mind and soul, making one's mind and soul different from others. It would give off an ancient and boundless aura. Within the ancient barren space, Eagle King, Gong Dao, De Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Silver Fox, Solitary Sword King, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, General, Gu Xinyan, and the others were still cultivating crazily. Especially for the younger generation like Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Silver Fox, De Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, General, and the others. During the Heavenly Talents competition in the sealed ancient land, they had witnessed the strength of their peers from the 9 superpowers. Dongli Qi Huang, Zhu Ling, Jiang Rolin, and the others were all extremely powerful. Therefore, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, General, Du Yunlong, and the others were even more determined to catch up with Zhu Ling, Jiang Rolin, and Dongli Qi Huang, while they had obtained amazing benefits this time. Hundreds of people were cultivating crazily in the ancient barren space. From time to time, there were people who were cultivating crazily. After the divine thunder body refining technique, everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously. At this moment, coupled with the continuous breakthroughs, it could be said that the overall improvement of these people in the ancient barren space had reached an absolutely amazing level. In the divine pivot hall, Venerable Weapon's primordial spirit quietly entered his body to recover. The next day, Venerable Pill, Venerable Zi Tianzuan, and Venerable Qianxing quietly left. In a quiet courtyard, the revered equipment master Xiahou Fenglei sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He was nourishing himself with the Yin Spirit crystal to recover. The mysterious runes around him fluctuated, and a faint lightning radiance spread out from his body. The lightning radiance emitted from Venerable Weapon's body wasn't the lightning Upanishad. It came from the depths of his body, from his soul. Looking carefully, there was a mysterious energy hidden in the lightning radiance. A strange fluctuation quietly spread out. Venerable Weapon's aura was slowly increasing, and it didn't stop, according to Fourth Brother. If that Yin Lightning Elder had disguised himself as Fifth Brother, if he really wanted the heavenly palace of purple gold, he wouldn't have taken action before he had finished refining it. If it wasn't for the heavenly palace of purple gold, then why did the devil religion want to find Fourth Brother? In the quiet small hall, Kuang Zun's face turned serious, and he whispered, "We have to guard against the devil religion. If it wasn't for the heavenly palace of purple gold on Xiahou Fenglei, then there must only be 3 things on Xiahou Fenglei that the devil religion wants." Yu Xinzi frowned and said softly, "The sacred body technique, the secret weapon technique, and..." Kuang Zun suddenly looked up at Yu Xinzi and said, "Spiritual lightning. Could it be that the devil religion wants Fourth Brother's spiritual lightning?" "Most likely, but I'm not sure. We have to be more careful now that we've been targeted by the devil religion." Yu Xinzi's expression turned serious. The mystery and complexity of the devil religion made her worried. The devil religion is mysterious, but we're not to be trifled with. If the devil religion dares to come again, I'd like to see how strong the devil religion is, Kuang Zun said in a deep voice, a chill spreading from his eyes. In the past few days, the Divine Light Court has suddenly retreated. It doesn't seem normal. The Divine Light Court, which had been fighting with the 7-star Hall these days, had suddenly stopped fighting. This made Yu Xinzi feel that there was a reason for this. Could it be related to the sealed ancient land? I heard that the sealed ancient land has appeared, and many people have gone to look for great opportunities. The One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 major forces have probably already left. If it weren't for the matter of Fourth Brother and Fifth Brother, I would also want to go there, Kuang Zun said. The appearance of the sealed ancient land does seem strange, but if there is any great opportunity, it must belong to the fated person. It's useless to force it. Yu Xinzi smiled and then said softly, "But we have to guard against the Divine Light Court." It had been some time since the sealed ancient land appeared, and more people had entered it. It was just that those who had received the news from far away didn't travel over land and water to rush over. After all, they knew that countless people had already entered before them. Even if there were opportunities and benefits, it would not be the turn of those who came later. They could only sigh inwardly. However, there were also people who didn't give up. Opportunities and benefits were always found by the fated person. They wanted to try their luck and didn't hesitate to travel over land and water. Time slowly passed in the ancient desolate space. 10 times the time ratio gave Du Xiaofu enough time to wait for the weapon spirit of the purple gold heavenly palace to completely devour the broken energy left behind by the soul of the murderous weapon, so that he could immerse himself in cultivation. When 7 days had passed in the outside world, more than 2 months had passed in the ancient space. In the misty space of the ancient space, there were endless spatial ripples. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and emerged, and began to surge into the body of the purple-robed youth who was sitting cross-legged. There was a divine weapon floating in front of the purple-robed youth, which fluctuated with an extremely impactful aura that made people feel a palpitating danger. The youth's body was surrounded by a dazzling white light, like a divine radiance, and exuded an ancient aura. In the face of the endless aura surging in from all directions, the purple-robed youth's body was like a bottomless pit. He allowed the energy to surge in, but there was no sign of it overflowing. As this continued, Du Xiaofu's body did not move at all. The primordial spirit power in his body was rising. Compared to ordinary people, the speed was terrifyingly fast. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth gathered in an endless stream. However, after being refined by the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method, there were not many that finally turned into pure spiritual soul power. However, this was already very terrifying. There were not many cultivation methods in this world that could enhance one's spiritual soul power to such an extent. For a talisman master, increasing the strength of one's spirit and soul depended on accumulating water to form a river during cultivation. Over a long period of time, it was like dripping water could penetrate a stone. Even if a spiritual talisman master occasionally used heavenly treasures, it was a shortcut and could not be used too much. But now, Du Xiaofu directly used a cultivation method to enhance his spiritual soul power. The remnant of the mysterious cultivation method could enhance one's spiritual soul power. A spiritual talisman master and a martial artist had in common that they both had qi and spirit gate. Qi was the foundation of a cultivator and the source of energy. However, the difference between a martial artist and a spiritual talisman master was that a martial artist cultivated his physical body and had martial veins to condense a vain spirit. However, a spiritual talisman master's physical body and various restrictions could not do what a martial artist should do. However, a spiritual talisman master's cultivation of spiritual soul power, a tyrannical spiritual talisman master, and the help of a spiritual root, was beyond the reach of a martial artist. A martial artist and a spiritual talisman master complemented each other, but their cultivation methods were different. Du Xiaofu was a martial artist and a spiritual talisman master. His martial arts level was already at the peak of the martial lord realm, and the qi level in his body had already reached a high level. This allowed Du Xiaofu to gain a lot of advantages in the level of talisman Taoism. As long as his spiritual soul power could reach a corresponding level, he could easily break through the level of spiritual talisman master. Although martial arts and martial arts dual cultivators complemented each other on this point, they were like fish in water and tigers with wings. However, for some dual cultivators, they might not be able to get a big advantage. As a dual cultivator, the higher the level of cultivation, the more complicated the various comprehensions would be. A martial artist's comprehension of the vain spirit mystery could be more clearly reflected, and a spiritual talisman master's spiritual soul power was also increasing. A martial arts and talisman master's overall cultivation strength was naturally higher than a martial artist or a spiritual talisman master at the same level. Chapter 987. However, all the experts knew that martial arts and martial arts dual cultivation could complement each other, but they could also restrict each other in terms of cultivation level. Ordinary people had to spend a lot of time just to understand the pulse, spirit, and ultimacy. Those who were not very talented would find it difficult to break through to a higher level. Furthermore, with the increase in spiritual soul power and comprehension of a spiritual talisman master, it would be extremely difficult to progress further if they were distracted. Hence, in this world, there were many martial arts and talisman dual cultivators. They were also nurtured by various forces. However, among the various forces, the ones who were nurtured were not solely based on martial arts and talisman dual cultivation, but their talent. The higher the level of talent, the greater the degree of nurturing one would receive, and the more cultivation resources one would receive. Only absolute talent was the guarantee to become a top expert in the future. On the contrary, there were many experts who were martial arts and talisman dual cultivators in this world. However, there were also martial arts and talisman dual cultivators who were restricted in the end. They were distracted and lacked strength. The comprehension of martial arts and talisman dual cultivation exhausted them mentally and physically, which restricted their progress. Many martial arts and talisman dual cultivators were able to suppress their peers at the same level of cultivation level. However, as time passed, many martial arts and talisman dual cultivators were able to surpass them in terms of cultivation level. In this way, the martial arts and talisman dual cultivators no longer had an advantage. Instead, it was a restriction. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power continued to increase as his spiritual soul power continued to increase. It became more and more vigorous. The surrounding heaven and earth energy that gathered in the ancient barren space was continuously absorbed by Du Xiaofu. It was also continuously converted into energy under the cultivation of the mysterious incomplete technique. As his primordial spirit became stronger, every wisp of pure spiritual soul power surged into his Naiwen palace and gathered in his primordial spirit. It made Du Xiaofu feel indescribably comfortable. Rise! Du Xiaofu's aura kept rising. The white, dazzling light was fluctuating, and the ancient aura was boundless. Finally, after a few days of this, some kind of movement appeared around Du Xiaofu. The heaven and earth energy whirlpool that gathered around him trembled slightly and then slowly dissipated. The turbulent space around him also calmed down. Du Xiaofu's aura, which had been rising all this time, had also stopped at some point. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's originally rising aura had reached a whole new level. As the energy of the ancient desolate space dissipated and calmed down, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes. This time, in the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes, there was no sea of lightning, no overflowing golden light, and no unparalleled dominance. There was only clarity. The depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes were pitch black and looked ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one could feel a boundless and ancient aura. 7-star perfection, Du Xiaofu murmured. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He raised his head slightly and formed a seal with his hands. Vigorous and surging power of the soul immediately surged out from the soul in his mind. In the end, it surged out like a wild horse, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Huff! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. In the depths of his mind's Naiwen palace, there was a strange talisman engraving emerging. That is, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He could clearly feel the talisman engraving. It was a strange talisman engraving hidden in the depths of his Naiwen palace. However, its aura was extremely familiar. It was the aura of a spiritual root that had already broken through the seal. Spiritual root was an extremely special existence for a talisman master. It was also something that all talisman masters desired to possess. A talisman master's spiritual root was the same as a martial artist's martial vein. However, compared to a martial artist's martial vein, it was much more illusory. For a talisman master with spiritual root, the spiritual root was also an illusory existence. Although they knew of its existence, they could not touch its existence like a martial artist's martial vein. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could feel the talisman engraving emerging in his mind's Naiwen palace. It covered the entire Naiwen palace like a net of light that covered the sky. The aura of a spiritual root. That is the aura of a spiritual root. Du Xiaofu was astonished. This was the first time he could clearly sense the aura of a spiritual root. The aura of the spiritual root made Du Xiaofu certain that the mysterious light net of mysterious talismans was definitely related to the spiritual root in his body. Du Xiaofu had learned a little about the effects of spiritual roots from his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, in the ancient heaven sect. For a spiritual talisman master, the spiritual root was of great use. It was the key and guarantee to become a spiritual talisman master. It was said that the spiritual root and the soul were closely related. However, the spiritual roots that Du Xiaofu learned from Gu Tianzong and his big brother Zhen Qingchen were mysterious things. Even spiritual talisman masters with spiritual roots could only adapt to their own spiritual roots and could not control them. There were very few spiritual talisman masters who could not fully activate the power of their spiritual roots. Talisman masters who wanted to control their spiritual roots were even rarer, to the point that it was almost impossible. The effects and detailed explanations of the spiritual roots could only be found in some ancient books. Some spiritual talisman masters with spiritual roots were extremely talented, but they might not be able to truly touch their own spiritual roots in their entire lives. The spiritual roots were closely related to the soul. The soul was the foundation of all living things. Without the soul, one would completely lose his life. However, if the soul was not destroyed, even if the physical body did not exist, there would still be a chance of survival. Everyone was in awe of one's own soul, and not many people dared to rashly try to touch their own soul. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt the dazzling talisman engravings in his Naiwen palace that contained the aura of a spiritual root. Controlling his own primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu slowly approached the dazzling talisman engravings. He wanted to explore and see what kind of existence the illusory spiritual root was. Qi! As his primordial spirit approached the talisman engravings in his Naiwen palace, before Du Xiaofu had time to prepare, the talisman engravings directly turned into rays of light and covered his primordial spirit with lightning speed. Just as the talisman engravings covered his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit suddenly trembled violently, and waves of pain emerged from the depths of his primordial spirit. The pain that came from his primordial spirit caused Du Xiaofu's face to contort. When the dazzling talisman engravings landed on his primordial spirit, it suffered a heavy blow and viciously covered his primordial spirit. However, this pain did not last for a long time, following which, Du Xiaofu felt a strange force land in his primordial spirit. Instantly, Du Xiaofu felt a strange fluctuation in his primordial spirit, following which, the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings started to enter Du Xiaofu's forehead from between his eyebrows and finally landed on the talisman engravings that covered his primordial spirit, following which, it turned into a wave of energy and seeped into his primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu was ecstatic. Within his primordial spirit, his spiritual energy started to grow again. The mysterious talisman engravings that were related to spiritual roots had a strange suction force that could draw in the energy of heaven and earth that could strengthen one's spiritual energy. Under this suction force, the energy of heaven and earth was drawn out by the energy that was extremely beneficial to one's spiritual energy. It slowly seeped out from the space and finally endlessly entered between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows before finally fusing into his primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit aura that had just risen started to rise again. However, as the primordial spirit's power rose, the light from the mysterious talisman engravings that covered his primordial spirit also started to dim. The mysterious talisman engravings had appeared for some unknown reason. But without a doubt, they would not last for long. The light from the talisman engravings grew dimmer and dimmer, but it would only last for a few days. Only when the light from the mysterious talisman engravings completely dimmed did a soft sound resound within his Naiwen palace. As the light from the talisman engravings dimmed, the light net that covered Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit also shattered and disappeared. The suction force also stopped abruptly. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth that could strengthen one's primordial spirit also started to dissipate, no matter how much Du Xiaofu tried to keep it. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling regretful, as the energy of heaven and earth dissipated, a crisp female voice sounded out from within his Naiwen palace like the sound of nature. Boundless heavenly soul, devouring spirit and transforming spirit, planting spiritual roots. These simple words reverberated within Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace like the sound of Sanskrit, causing Du Xiaofu to feel a little dazed. Then everything disappeared. After a while, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes opened again. His eyes were even clearer, and an ancient aura filled the air. In just a few days, under the effect of the mysterious light net, the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had increased greatly and reached a new level. peak of the complete 7-star realm. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. At this moment, his cultivation level in the Tao of Talismans had increased again under the effect of the mysterious light net and reached the peak of the complete 7-star realm. However, the mysterious light net was obviously related to the spiritual roots. It had suddenly appeared and then disappeared. At this moment, no matter how Du Xiaofu tried, he was still unable to summon it. This caused Du Xiaofu to be puzzled. Boundless heavenly soul, devouring spirit and transforming spirit, planting spiritual roots. Du Xiaofu muttered softly as the heavenly female voice reverberated in his mind. These simple words made Du Xiaofu feel a huge, invisible impact, as if it contained endless energy. Chapter 988. Du Xiaofu was puzzled by who had left that voice and what the meaning of that sentence was. Du Xiaofu seemed to be able to vaguely grasp the meaning of the words. However, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he could not figure anything out. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. In the heavenly palace of purple gold, the new weapon spirit was still devouring the energy of the broken evil spirit. It would probably take some time before it could completely devour it. Du Xiaofu released his consciousness and spied on the situation in the ancient barren space. Everyone was immersed in their cultivation, and their strength had improved significantly. It seems that everyone has benefited greatly this time. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Not only had everyone benefited greatly, but he had also benefited greatly. Now that I am at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm and at the peak of the 7 Stars realm, I should be preparing to break through to the Martial Honor realm, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. At this moment, his talisman skills had already caught up, and it was time to prepare for another breakthrough. However, Du Xiaofu always knew that he could not force a breakthrough. He needed an opportunity. Comprehend the spirit of the pulse. The weapon spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold still needed some time before it could completely devour the energy of the broken evil spirit. Du Xiaofu immediately closed his eyes again and began to comprehend the spirit of the pulse in his body. That was the key to breaking through to the next level. Du Xiaofu wanted to become stronger, and he wanted to become stronger at the fastest speed possible. This time, the reason why he could break through so quickly in the Talisman Tao was not only because of the incomplete mysterious technique, but also because of the aura of the spirit root. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu knew that if he wanted to break through to the peak of the 7 Stars realm from the 7 Stars realm, even with the incomplete mysterious technique, he would need at least half a year's time according to his normal cultivation speed. Now, not only did he have to face that clan, he also had to find his alcoholic father, mother, and sister Xiaojing one day. At this moment, he also had many enemies. The Divine Light Court, the Great Will Sect, and that mysterious force. All of them were colossal forces. Although he had the 7-Star Hall and the Ancient Heavens sect behind him, Du Xiaofu knew that he still had to rely on himself. No one could protect him all the time. Moreover, with that clan strength, it was likely that even the 7-Star Hall and the Ancient Heaven sect would not be able to help him. Even though his cultivation had improved a lot recently, and he was even able to kill a venerable realm expert, Du Xiaofu was not very happy about it. Du Xiaofu was well aware of the strength of that clan. If he were to face the experts of that clan at this moment, he would still be the only one out of luck. Moreover, not many of the true experts from the Divine Light Court and the Great Will Sect had come out. With so many powerful enemies surrounding and watching, Du Xiaofu knew that he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. He had to continuously increase his strength. For Du Xiaofu, the fastest way to increase his strength was to train and comprehend, as well as to devour energy like the golden-winged great pung bird. Even the young of the golden-winged great pung bird needed to spread its wings in order to soar into the sky. After this period of time passed, Du Xiaofu secretly thought that it was time to find another place to start training and adventuring again. A moment later, the phantom of the Five-Finger Mountain Vein spirit appeared behind Du Xiaofu. It spread out a golden light, flashed with golden formations, and covered with mysterious talisman patterns. Hula. The phantom of the Five-Finger Mountain Vein spirit, as if it had been given life, began to evolve, and condense behind Du Xiaofu, causing dense spiritual qi to be produced around him. The golden talisman patterns evolved and arranged, appearing infinitely mysterious. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes tightly. The phantom of the mountain vein spirit flickered with a golden brilliance, accompanied by a terrifying power spreading out, golden light overflowing. Time passed slowly in the outside world, but not many people knew that Venerable Pill, Venerable Purple Sky, and Venerable Qianxing had entered and left the Imperial Pivot Hall. The primordial spirit of the weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei had begun to return, nourishing and recovering in the Imperial Pivot Hall. Other than Venerable Kuang and Fairy Yu, no one else knew. Even the disciples of the Imperial Pivot Hall, including Lin Weiqi and the elders of the Imperial Pivot Hall, did not know what Du Xiaofu had been doing in the Imperial Pivot Hall recently. However, on the 7th day after the weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei's primordial spirit returned, in addition to the appearance of the sealed land, another major event occurred in the outside world. The great Luin sect announced to the outside world that the young master of the Seven-Star Hall, Du Xiaofu, had killed hundreds of their disciples, destroyed the stone dragon empire of Chengshengnan, the fiancé of the holy son of the great Luin sect, and killed tens of millions of people. He had committed a heinous crime, and the great Luin sect would enforce justice on behalf of the heavens by killing Du Xiaofu, the Demon King. The great Luin sect even threatened that if the Seven-Star Hall did not hand over Du Xiaofu, they would not be polite to the Seven-Star Hall. Following the announcement of the great Luin sect, the entire central continent was stirred up again. Some people began to worry about the Seven-Star Hall. However, to those with a discerning eye, they only smiled indifferently. Those with a discerning eye knew that the hundreds of disciples of the great Lun sect had been killed by Du Xiaofu and the family of the fiancé of the holy son of the great Lun sect, Dongli Qihuang, had been overthrown by Du Xiaofu. This was undoubtedly a slap to the great Luan sect's face. However, Du Xiaofu was also the junior brother of the ancient Sky sect's sect master. The great Luan sect really could not do anything to the ancient Sky sect, so they took a step back and targeted the Seven-Star Hall. In order to save face, the great Luan sect more or less had to say a few words, so they went to the Seven-Star Hall. As for the ancient Sky sect, the great Luan sect did not dare to go against them, so they could only pressure the Seven-Star Hall. As for whether the great Luan sect dared to go to war with the Seven-Star Hall in the end, those with a discerning eye knew. There was no doubt that the great Luan sect would not let Du Xiaofu go, but it was unlikely that they would go to the Seven-Star Hall to find Du Xiaofu. It was rumored that the hall masters of the Seven-Star Hall from more than 1,000 years ago were still alive. If they angered those experts, the great Luan sect would have to pay a heavy price in the end. Therefore, if the great Luan sect wanted to deal with Du Xiaofu, they would only do it in the dark. If the great Luan sect wanted to openly attack the Seven-Star Hall, not to mention that the hall masters of the Seven-Star Hall were not to be trifled with, the ancient Sky sect would not just stand by and watch. However, the hall master of the Seven-Star Hall, Kuang Zun, also gave a direct response to the great Luan sect's threat. Any disciple of the Seven-Star Hall who saw a disciple of the great Luan sect in spirit realm would not let go of a single one. Any force in spirit realm that was related to the great Luan sect would be killed without mercy. In just a few days, many forces that were related to the great Luan sect in spirit realm had been eliminated. The Seven-Star Hall's direct response was another slap to the great Luan sect's face. It also let many people know that Kuang Zun was still the Kuang Zun of the past and was not in existence to be trifled with. Du Xiaofu's title as the Demon King also spread and became a hot topic, killing tens of millions of people. This kind of massacre was indeed unbelievable, and it made one's hair stand on end. Central State was abuzz with discussion. Everyone was guessing if the Great Luan sect would respond. At the same time, the Profound Talisman sect released another shocking news. They said that if anyone dared to touch the young hall master of the 7-star hall, Du Xiaofu, the Profound Talisman sect, would not stand by and do nothing. Is the Profound Talisman sect related to the 7-star hall? It is said that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has an extremely good relationship with the young miss of the Profound Talisman sect, Zhu Shui. When Du Xiaofu died, it was said that Zhu Shui personally went to the Stone City. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is a supreme genius and has a good relationship with Zhu Shui. He is worthy of being roped in by the Profound Talisman sect. While the outside world was abuzz with discussion, the sealed ancient land was still, crowded, and lively. Time passed extremely quickly in the ancient, desolate space. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Golden talisman runes crisscrossed around the purple-robed youth. Evolving and condensing, Du Xiaofu comprehended the 5-finger mountain peak's vein spirit, which produced dense spiritual energy and connected with the energy of heaven and earth. Dazzling light spread throughout the misty space. Everything was calm in Dubhe Hall. The appearance of the hall master of Dubhe Hall, Kuang Zun, made the disciples of Dubhe Hall feel an absolute sense of security. No disciple of Dubhe Hall thought that anyone would dare to act presumptuously in Dubhe Hall. Early in the morning, the darkness of the night faded away and the morning sun rose from the east. A gray ray of light passed through the hazy brown sky and turned into a faint golden light that illuminated the mountains and earth. Chapter 989. Huff Huff. Within the Dubhe Hall, the 30,000 permanent disciples woke up from their cultivation. They exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to welcome a new day. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Dubhe Hall trembled violently. Then, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. What's going on? All the disciples were shocked. They rushed out one by one and were immediately shocked to see the formation that they had never seen activated before. The terrifying talisman formation shrouded the area and the mountains, protecting the Dubhe Hall within. The Divine Light Court will massacre the Dubhe Hall today. Kill without mercy. As the figures rushed out of the Dubhe Hall, a cold and sharp voice rang out from outside the formation. It passed through the formation and reverberated above the Dubhe Hall. It's the Divine Light Court. A strong enemy has arrived. All the disciples of the Dubhe Hall rushed out and looked at the sky in front of them. There was a talisman formation and dazzling talisman characters covering it. They could not see the situation outside. The people of the Divine Light Court are here. No wonder they stopped fighting for half a month. Lin Weiqi looked at the sky in front of her. Her red robe was like fire, and she frowned slightly. On the highest mountain behind the 7-star hall, a total of 8 figures gathered. In addition to Kuang Zun, Yu Xinzi, and Elder Chui Fu, there were 5 other figures. Their auras were even stronger than Elder Chui Fu's. They had all reached the venerable level. They were the supreme elders of the Dubhe Hall, the absolute experts in charge of the Dubhe Hall. The people of the Divine Light Court have indeed made arrangements. They came directly to the Dubhe Hall. Yu Xinzi frowned slightly. With a wave of her hand, the space in front of her became clear. Numerous figures occupied the air, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were at least a few thousand of them. In particular, the hundreds of figures at the front were all floating in the air and twisting the space. They were emitting an eerie chill. The old bastard of the Divine Light Court has come personally. Kuang Zun looked at the first elder in the sky outside the talisman formation. His gaze suddenly turned cold. It was the Lord of the Divine Light Court. There is also the Cloud Light Court Lord and the Lightning Court Lord. Both of them have reached the extraordinary level. The other 5 venerables are not weak either. There is also an 8-star spiritual talisman master who has reached the origin level. I didn't expect the Divine Light Court's strength in these years. They must have used all their strength. Yu Xianzi looked at the few venerables behind the divine light and frowned again. Lord, Xinguang Sky Lord of the Divine Light Divine Court has personally brought so many people to our Imperial Pivot Hall. Judging from their momentum, it seems that they are serious. How should we deal with them? Elder Chui, Fu asked Kuang Zun. I've already informed the various halls, and the experts from each hall will arrive as soon as possible. The Divine Light Court is nothing to be afraid of. Lord Kuang's eyes were cold. All the palaces had their own means of communication. He had already secretly informed Lord Alchemy, Lord Purple Sky Lord, and Lord Qianxing. As long as the three of them arrived, the Divine Light Court would have nothing to fear. Since the Divine Light Court dares to come in such a big way, they must not be simple. They must be on guard against Purple Sky Court. Yu Xianzi looked at the powerful figures outside the talisman formation and murmured, "The aura of Divine Light Court Lord seems to be much stronger than before." Break the formation. Inside the Dubhi Hall, Divine Light Court Lord stood in the air. His voice was majestic and powerful. His eyes were shining with a dazzling light, as if he could look down on the world. As Divine Light Court Lord's voice fell, the several venerable level experts behind him suddenly rushed out. They waved their hands, and energy surged, violently sweeping toward the space below. Under the energy of several venerable level experts, the energy fluctuations above the talisman formation spread out. The power of space swept out, causing the ground and mountains to shake. Rumble. The space above the Dubhi Hall was on the verge of collapse. But in the end, the protective formation of the Dubhi Hall was able to withstand the joint attack of several venerable level experts. Break the formation with all your strength. Seeing that the formation was not broken, several experts roared and continued to forcibly break the formation. Terrifying energy surged out and exploded above the firmament. Rumble. The protective formation of the Dubhi Hall was continuously attacked by several extraordinary, venerable level experts of the Divine Light Court. Suddenly, ripples spread out from the talisman formation. A thunderous sound exploded in the space of the Dubhi Hall, causing everyone to be frightened. The terrifying energy fluctuations under the continuous fierce attacks of several venerable level experts, especially under the attacks of the 8-star Origin Spirit Talisman Masters and Transcendent Martial Venerables. The talisman formation was on the verge of collapse and began to show signs of cracking. All the disciples of the Dubhi Hall, looking at the crumbling talisman formation, began to tightly grip their talisman weapons and Dao weapons. The protective formation of the Dubhi Hall won't be able to hold for long, but the people that Divine Light Court Lord and the others are not to be feared. The two of us are enough to deal with them. Kuang Zun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the crumbling talisman formation in front of him. If he wasn't confident, Divine Light wouldn't have dared to come so easily. Things may not be so simple. Yu Xianzi observed the situation outside and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although there were many experts from the Divine Light Court, and they had already used all their strength. However, other than Divine Light Court Lord, although the other martial venerables were tyrannical, they did not have the strength to destroy the Dubhi Hall. Divine Light Court Lord was not a fool. Yu Xianzi naturally knew this, which was why she was secretly worried. I'll deal with Divine Light Court. I'll leave the other people who are more difficult to deal with to you. Kuang Zun said to Yu Xianzi, I feel that we need to join forces to deal with Divine Light. Yu Xianzi said, I think we can also contribute some strength. At this moment, a faint voice was heard, and then 5 figures appeared on the mountain peak. In the lead was a man in his 30s. His face was sharp and cold, and his eyes were dark and deep. He was dressed in a lavender robe, which made his figure look extremely elegant and graceful. With the appearance of this man, the surrounding space was suddenly filled with a faintly discernible black evil aura. Beside the man, there was an enchanting woman in red. In addition, there were 3 fierce-looking men, all of whom were rippling with a terrifying evil aura. The 5 of them were Jiangqin, Phantom He, Beast Killer, Evil Soul, and Bloodvine Demon. Have you broken through to the flying zombie level? Sensing Jiangqin's aura, Yu Xianzi was quite surprised. Zombies were divided into flesh zombies, waking zombies, walking zombies, purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, and flying zombies. The flying zombie level was no lower than the exalted level. Once a flying zombie broke through again, it could become a demon or a golden howler. The legendary demons and golden howlers could kill dragons and swallow the clouds. Wherever they went, the land would be scorched red for thousands of miles. What's more, the most terrifying of all zombies were immortal and indestructible. They were cast out of the 6 paths of reincarnation by the heavens. It was said that the most terrifying of zombies could enter and exit the 2 realms of yin and yang. They could travel up the 9 heavens and down the netherworld. Although their bodies were lifeless, they were as free and unfettered as gods. Thus, anyone would be extremely wary of such a terrifying existence. Breaking through is just a matter of time. Jiangqin didn't seem to care too much about breaking through to the hairy zombies level, as if everything was supposed to be like this. He looked into the distance, his deep eyes narrowed slightly, and said softly, "The people who came seem to be very strong. I'm afraid the formation won't last long. It will break sooner or later. Let's just kill our way out. I want to see how strong that old bastard Xinguang is." Kuang Zun looked at the shaky formation, and then fixed his eyes on Xinguang Tianzuan, who was outside the formation. A cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Then open the formation. Everyone attack with all your strength to reduce any losses. As Yu Xianzi's voice fell, the hand seals in her hands changed. The sky suddenly trembled, and the formation began to dissipate. As the formation disappeared, the entire Imperial Pivot Hall suddenly shone with dazzling light. The thousands of experts from the Divine Light Court spread a bright light, as if the sun had descended. It was dazzling. Disciples of the Imperial Pivot Hall, listen to my order. Kill the invaders without mercy. Elder Chui Fu's voice spread out in the sky. Kill. The disciples of the Imperial Pivot Hall, who had already tightly grasped their Dao weapons, suddenly burst out their aura and rushed into the sky one by one. In the sky, looking at the disappearing formation, Xinguang Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "Kill, leave no one alive." Boom! One figure after another rushed out. The disciples of the Divine Light Court and the Imperial Pivot Hall collided in midair in the blink of an eye. Rumble. It was just a face-to-face encounter, but the 2 sides were already fiercely fighting. The dazzling formation in the sky immediately erupted. Hula! Following which, blood splattered everywhere as the mighty figures charged forward, shaking the void. Kill! Lin Weiqi attacked, leading the most extraordinary young disciples of the Imperial Pivot Hall to rush out. She waved her hand, and the blade light flooded the space, turning a martial emperor, cultivator of the Divine Light Court, into blood mist fragments. Those who invade the Imperial Pivot Hall will be killed without mercy. Lin Weiqi shouted, directly activating the blazing flame martial vein. Rolling flames burned, and rushed to kill the experts of the Divine Light Court. Kill! The venerable level cultivators of the Divine Light Court rushed out, their aura surging, shaking the 9 heavens, and light swept across the sky. Some of the disciples of the Imperial Pivot Hall directly spat out blood in the terrifying aura. Bastard, kill! The venerable level experts of the Imperial Pivot Hall rushed over, one by one. Their aura erupted, roaring to the sky, shaking the void, and rushed to kill the venerable level experts of the Divine Light Court. Chapter 990. Walala! A monstrous evil aura fluctuated, causing the sky to darken. Phantom, Bloodvine Demon, Beast Killer, and Hanxia attacked, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Jiangqin also attacked. His target was a mysterious martial honorable of the Divine Light Court. Black, evil aura gathered endlessly from the void, resisting a mysterious martial honorable. Jiangqin was not at a disadvantage. Old man Xinguang, you are courting death. Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi appeared above the void, a terrifying aura fluctuating, filling the sky and rushing to the 9 heavens. Peak Nirvana Realm. Looking at Kuang Zun, Xinguang Tianzuan's eyes moved slightly and he smiled faintly. Yu Xianzi stood quietly, her aura fluctuating stronger and stronger, releasing a terrifying pressure. A palm-sized jade plate appeared above Yu Xianzi's palm, hovering and floating. The jade plate was incomparably simple, with runes spreading out, inscribed with various ancient runes, spreading out a misty mist. On the jade plate, an ancient and astonishing pressure quietly swept out, gradually emitting a dazzling light, as if it was filled with an aura of destruction. Peak 8-star complete realm. It's actually the ancient spiritual plate wall. Looking at Yu Xianzi and the ancient jade plate in her palm, Xinguang Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. Attack! Kuang Zun shouted. From his rough body, a terrifying aura surged and spread out, his aura looking down on heaven and earth, crossing over to Xinguang Tianzuan. If it was in the past, I would have been afraid of the 7 of you, but now it's not the past. Xinguang Tianzuan spoke, his voice majestic, his eyes shining with a dazzling light, spreading from the surface of his body, as if spreading out from the depths of the void, as if descending from the 9 heavens, binding Kuang Zun. You'll know after you try. Kuang Zun shouted, his fist filled with runes. Terrifying energy violently swept through the sky, like a thunderbolt. It's not the past. The present me is not someone you can match. Xinguang Tianzuan shouted lightly. A fist wrapped in lightning light met the attack. The space where the 2 fists collided was chaotic, and a dark space crack spread out. Just the aftermath of the force that swept out between the 2 could destroy everything, suppress the mountains and rivers, and tear the mountains apart. Rumble. At this moment, the attacks of these 2 experts had caused many mountains in the surrounding mountains to explode. At the same time, Wild Sovereign was knocked back. His face paled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You took that step. Wild Holiness looked at Xinguang Tianzuan in shock. His expression finally became serious. He hasn't completely taken that step. He's only a half-domain. Jade Fairy's figure appeared, her eyebrows furrowed. The pressure of the jade plate in her hand swept out in all directions. Heaven and earth energy surged, sweeping towards Empyrean Xinguang. At the same time, she said to Mad Reverend, delay him for a while. I will lay down the array formation. As long as we have time, Purple Empyrean and the others will arrive. Then we will have a chance. All right, I'll do my best to stall that old bastard. Kuang Zun shouted and activated his human king, Martial Vane. His power exploded, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. At this moment, Mad Holiness was attacking with all his might. His power was enough to break the earth and shatter the mountains and rivers. The void around him was like a black abyss that was entrenched in front of him. It began to suppress Xinguang Skymaster. These 3 people were fighting at the highest point of the void. No one else could set foot in it. And below, a terrifying aura rippled. The cries of killing shook the heavens and earth as they fought fiercely. In terms of venerable level cultivation, with the addition of Jiangqin, Phantom, and the others, the Divine Pivot Hall was definitely not at a disadvantage. It was just that an 8-star origin, Dao, Talisman Master of the Divine Light Court, was delaying 2 experts of the Divine Pivot Hall. And in terms of Martial Emperor level cultivation, the Divine Light Court seemed to have turned out in full force. The overall strength of the seven-star hall was not below that of the Divine Light Court, but the Divine Pivot Hall alone was at a disadvantage at this moment. Among the countless muffled sounds of energy, there were many screams. The disciples of the Divine Pivot Hall continued to fall. In a short time, blood flowed like a river. Kill! The Divine Pivot Hall will be destroyed today. In the Divine Light Court, there were martial emperor-level cultivators who shouted coldly. Under the frenzied attack, many disciples of the Divine Pivot Hall were killed. Whoever wants to touch the Divine Pivot Hall will have to pay the price in blood. Lin Weiqi shouted. Seeing countless disciples of the Divine Pivot Hall fall, her eyes turned red. Her whole body was wrapped in raging flames, and she rushed forward to kill. Kill! Elder Cui Fu also began to kill. She was not polite at all. She killed until her clothes were stained with blood and her hair was messy. Fight with the bastards of the Divine Light Court. The disciples of the Divine Pivot Hall shouted angrily. Their hearts were bleeding because of the death of their fellow disciples. At this moment, there was only a bloody battle. Otherwise, there was no way out. In midair, countless vain spirits were entrenched. Lions and wolves roared, dragons and tigers leaped. There were phantoms of fierce birds' vain spirits that covered the sky, surging with monstrous runes. Their eyes were like 2 rounds of lightning, sharp and frightening. There were phantoms of demon bears' vain spirits in the sky. Yellow mist surged, emitting spiritual brilliance and a terrifying aura. There were phantoms of giant pythons entrenched in the sky. Their eyes were like torches burning fiercely. The entire void exuded a monstrous, murderous aura. Heaven and earth trembled, and runes covered the sky. In the Divine Pivot Hall, the murderous aura covered the sky and the sun, drowning everything. Blood-vine spirit, phantom, beast killer. Although Han Xie was powerful, he was restrained by the experts of the Divine Light Court and could not get away. I'll kill you first. In the Divine Light Court, an old woman at the peak of the martial royal realm stared at Lin Weiqi, wanting to kill her. Boom! The old woman attacked. Her whole body was dazzling. Her old body was like a god entrenched in the light. The flames around Lin Weiqi's body were scattered and her body was pushed back. Poof! Lin Weiqi was still not strong enough to fight against a peak of the martial royal realm. Her red lips were bleeding, her eyes were red, and her face was full of anger, but her expression was solemn. Little girl, you've reached the end. The old woman sneered. She came to the Divine Pivot Hall to kill. She would not hold back at all. Once again, she pounced on Lin Weiqi as fast as lightning. I think you've reached the end. A faint voice was heard. A bolt of lightning swept down and pierced through the space. Bang! The old woman at the peak of the martial royal realm, who was pouncing on Lin Weiqi, was suddenly struck down in midair by the lightning before she could get close to Lin Weiqi. Her body exploded, and the surroundings were filled with electric arcs. Swoosh! A purple figure appeared beside Lin Weiqi and handed her an elixir. He looked around, and his expression was serious. Young Hall Master. Lin Weiqi looked at the purple-robed figure that had suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a young man with a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his eyes were sharp and frightening. There was also a little golden macaque standing on his shoulder. Who else could it be other than Du Xiaofu? The young Hall Master is here. Among the disciples fighting in the Divine Pivot Hall, some disciples noticed Du Xiaofu's appearance and immediately became excited. They shouted loudly to kill him, especially for the disciples who had entered the sealed ancient land. They had special trust and admiration for the purple-robed young man. It was as if as long as the young man was there, the Divine Pivot Hall would be safe and sound. Young Hall Master, it's the people from the Divine Light Court. They have come out in full force and want to massacre the Divine Pivot Hall. Lin Weiqi took the elixir from Du Xiaofu's hand and swallowed it. Her beautiful face was serious. Kill the people from the divine light court. Du Xiaofu was furious. He waved his hand behind him, and a terrifying aura suddenly fluctuated from the mountain behind him. Suddenly, over 100 figures flew over from the sky. Hundreds of figures were not many in the fierce battle. However, the hundreds of auras that were fluctuating at this time attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Even the martial venerables had to use their minds to spy on them. It's the bastards from the divine light court again. Kill them. Kill the bastards from the divine light court. Roar. Their shouts were like thunder, and the roars of beasts were heard. In a few flashes, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Waves of auras that were at least in the martial dominator realm burst out all of a sudden. Many of the auras were so powerful that even the martial venerables had to be wary. More than 100 people, more than 100 martial royal realm experts, all rushed out like ferocious tigers. They immediately rushed into the crowd of people from the divine light court. Everywhere they passed, a murderous aura filled the sky. It's them, the people from the world society. Some disciples of the divine pivot hall recognized Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Qin Guyu, Little Tiger, Du Shaoqing, and the others. Chapter 991. Those were the geniuses who had stepped onto the lightning platform in the sealed ancient land. Any one of them was a terrifying figure. At this moment, Du Shaoqing, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Little Tiger, Qin Guyu, Silver Fox, and the others were all terrifyingly powerful. No one from the divine light court could stop them. Roar! The little tiger roared and transformed into its original form. Black symbols rushed into the sky as a tiger claw extended downwards. It was surrounded by golden symbols, and it seemed as if it could completely crush the mountains and rivers below. The two Nirvana realm martial emperors from the divine light court were torn into pieces by the little tiger's claw. At this moment, little tiger's strength had skyrocketed after the divine thunder body refinement. He had comprehended in the battle realm comprehension for half a year, and his strength had increased again. He was at the peak of the Nirvana realm in the Beast Emperor realm, and he had even comprehended the profound of the dark heavenly tiger. It would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary human cultivators of the same level. G. The silver-winged demonic condor transformed into its true form and flapped its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Golden light spread for 100,000 miles and swept up a group of experts from the divine light court, instantly destroying them. Kill! Yi Piaoling, Silver Fox, Qin Guyu, Stone, Duo Sha, and the other guardians took action. Their murderous auras were like the reincarnation of death gods. Kill! The Eagle King's gong saber had reached the mysteries of the martial emperor realm. It smiled proudly in the sky. The palm print created by the sacred body art could destroy talisman weapons and tear people of the same cultivation into pieces. There's no good in the divine light court. Kill! Du Yunlong shouted loudly. His killing intent was fierce, and his eyes were filled with lightning. He had already stepped into the peak of the Nirvana realm of the martial emperor realm. Although there were only a little over 100 of them, the entire battlefield was immediately turned upside down. The people from the divine light court were in a state of panic and began to flee in all directions. This group of people was not only strong, but also fierce in killing. Their auras were like that of peerless, ferocious beasts. They did not fear the attacks of the experts of the divine light court. It was as if their physical bodies had reached a terrifying level. More than 100 people rushed into the crowd of the divine light court, like wild wolves rushing into a flock of sheep. The experts of the divine light court screamed in agony. The disciples and experts of the divine light court all panicked. They had never seen such fierce and wild killing before. So many talisman weapons and Tao artifacts. Leave some for me. Du Xiaoyao bellowed. As he leaped out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, he transformed into a huge golden ape. Like a supreme being, he snatched the talisman weapons and Tao weapons of the disciples of the Divine Light Court. This was a feast for him. Divine Light Court. Golden light erupted from Du Xiaofu's eyes as the golden runes on his back erupted. The golden wings of the great rock flapped, causing the sound of wind and thunder to fill the air. The golden light was like the sun, and his eyes were bloodshot. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a broadsword wrapped in purple cloth appeared in his hand. Boom! With a shake of his arm, the purple cloth turned into fragments and dissipated. A dazzling purple-gold light erupted from the broadsword, like a suppressed volcano. Awoo! In an instant, astonishing and dazzling purple-gold talisman patterns soared into the sky. Wind and thunder rumbled in this part of the world. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles sounded as if there were gods and demons roaring. That was the birth of the heavenly palace of purple gold. After half a year in the ancient, desolate space, the weapon spirit had finally devoured all the energy of the evil spirit, causing its aura to increase exponentially. At this moment, as the heavenly palace of purple gold appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand without any scruples for the first time, a terrifying aura swept across the world, causing the world to tremble violently. Many mountains in the distance shook violently in the energy sweep and collapsed. What kind of divine weapon is that? Someone looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. The heavenly palace of purple gold broadsword was like a dragon. As the purple gold light bloomed in the sky, it was as if the god of weapons wanted to sweep across the 9 heavens. That's a divine weapon. Among the people from the Divine Light Court, many martial honorable experts were secretly shocked. That divine weapon was too powerful. Kill! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and pounced forward like a rock spreading its wings. His speed was as fast as lightning. He swung the heavenly palace of purple gold in his hand, targeting a martial honorable middle-aged woman from the Divine Light Court who was fighting with the phantom. Sensing Du Xiaofu's aura, the middle-aged woman's gaze turned serious. She immediately used all her strength to force the phantom to retreat. The middle-aged woman floated in the void. Dazzling light exploded all around her, as if forming a dazzling divine halo around her. It was filled with divine light and had a dignified look. It was holy and powerful. It was extraordinary and wanted to stop Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pounced forward like a rock. The heavenly palace of purple gold in his hand emitted a dazzling light, forming a purple-gold spatial vortex. He swung his sword downwards. The sword radiance instantly swept out, causing the space to tremble. Roar! The appearance of the sword was like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a turtle. The surrounding mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying aura filled the entire space, causing one's soul to tremble. Crack! In an instant, the divine halo around the middle-aged woman who was at the martial honorable realm of purple gold was shattered by the sword radiance. Everything was destroyed. Before the middle-aged woman could react, her body was smashed into pieces. She couldn't be more dead. A martial honorable realm expert was killed by Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace of purple gold in a second. Roar! A martial honorable who had just reached the peak of the martial honorable realm who was fighting with the bloodvine spirit activated a huge dragon's vein spirit to occupy the void, bringing with it dark clouds. Swish! Du Xiaofu appeared and waved his hand. Golden light erupted from his claw and easily crushed the dragon's spirit. Then he slashed out with his sword and slashed the dragon's body that was about to flee in panic into pieces in the void. Kill! Du Xiaofu went on a killing spree. He swung his heavenly palace of purple gold again, and the sword radiance filled the sky. In fact, Du Xiaofu's every move was simple, but it contained a kind of Tao power. It was the overbearing way of the sword that he had comprehended. Blood splattered everywhere the third move passed. The third martial honorable from the Divine Light Court was killed by Du Xiaofu, just like that. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's killing spree caused the people from the divine light court to scatter as if their lives depended on it. All of them had fear in their eyes. Du Xiaofu flew across the sky and killed a martial honorable in 3 steps. How powerful and overbearing was his killing intent. The divine light court had come to the imperial pivot hall for a bloodbath, and there was an endless grudge between them. At that moment, Du Xiaofu would not be merciful. Originally, the imperial pivot hall was at a disadvantage. At that moment, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, General, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, the silver-winged demonic condor, and other terrifying people joined the fray. The divine light court had long been defeated. Inside the imperial pivot hall, the mountains were stained with blood, and the mountains and rivers collapsed inch by inch. "Quick, stop Du Xiaofu, quick!" Xinguang, Heavenly Master, who was being besieged by Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi, shouted. His heart was bleeding. Xinguang, Heavenly Master, had never thought that there were so many terrifying martial emperors hidden in the imperial pivot hall. In particular, Xinguang, Heavenly Venerate, had also seen Du Xiaofu in the descriptions and information. That young man's strength had reached a terrifying level. Back in the Stone Dragon Empire, 6 venerables had been killed. Xinguang, Heavenly Venerate's heart was bleeding. At that moment, another 3 martial honorable experts had been killed by Du Xiaofu. Xinguang, Heavenly Master's heart was roaring. It was as if his flesh was being cut by a knife. However, Xinguang, Heavenly Master, had been trapped in the void by the talisman array set up by Yu Xianzi. Even if Xinguang, Heavenly Master, was at the half-domain realm, with Kuang Zun attacking with all his strength, he could not escape. Yu Xianzi and Kuang Zun were more terrifying than Xinguang, Heavenly Master, had imagined. At that moment, Xinguang, Heavenly Master, knew why the 9 major forces had been afraid of the 7-star hull all these years. Boy, you killed so many experts of my divine light court. Today, I will not forgive you. A terrifying aura descended. An old man in his 60s with a bun appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The aura of this old man fluctuated, making Du Xiaofu feel that he was only weaker than his master Gu Qingyang. He was much stronger than other martial honorable experts. Could he be a transcendent martial honorable? Du Xiaofu raised his head and frowned slightly. Facing the old man in front of him, a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Kill. When the old man attacked, the surrounding cloud surged. He was Yunguang, Heavenly Master of the Divine Light Court. He had the cultivation of a transcendent martial honorable and was famous in the central region. Qi. As Yunguang, Heavenly Master, attacked, a huge palm print emerged from the surging clouds and pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Runes spread over the palm print, like a sea of clouds surging. The surrounding space revealed pitch-black spatial cracks, and the aura was extremely terrifying. Chapter 992. Du Xiaofu could feel the strength of the old man, but he did not retreat. He slashed out with the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand. A dazzling sword light swept across the sky, and the buzzing sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Under the sword light, the surrounding space was torn apart. The purple gold light filled the sky, and then it went towards the cloud sea palm. Chi la la! The two collided, and the surrounding space was rattling. The cloud sea palm was like a huge wave, and it destroyed all the runes on the purple gold sword light. The cloud sea palm emitted a dazzling light, and finally forced Du Xiaofu to retreat. The impact caused Du Xiaofu's hand to crack, and blood flowed from his palm. So strong! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He could easily kill a mysterious martial honorable, but he was no match for a transcendent martial honorable. They were both martial honorables, but a transcendent martial honorable was more powerful than Du Xiaofu had imagined. It was an existence that surpassed a complete martial honorable. You have such strength without breaking through to the honorable realm. I can't let you live. Yunguang the sage bellowed, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Another handprint followed closely behind, carrying runes that swept up like huge waves in the vast ocean. It was like a resplendent river of clouds descending, its aura enveloping Du Xiaofu like the end of the world. A transcendent martial honorable was so powerful. Ao! It was also at this moment that a shout that sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. He raised the purple gold heavenly vault with one hand, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. With his body as the center, the space under Du Xiaofu's feet cracked and spread out. The runes in front of Du Xiaofu rippled, and a palm was formed in front of his left hand. Buzz! Buzz! A low chanting sound was emitted from the palm, after which it was accompanied by the mysterious symbol runes as it cut through the air and directly rushed towards the former. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided heavily against each other. A thunderous, muffled sound of energy immediately resounded throughout the battlefield. Rumble! Large amounts of runes shattered and surged as golden light erupted. The sea of clouds rolled, and a terrifying energy ripple suddenly swept out like a stormy sea. The impact caused the mountains in the Dubhe Hall to shake, and countless boulders rolled down and shattered. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's body fell from the terrifying wind. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, and his back crashed into the mountain peak. Rumble! The mountain peak rumbled, and the rocks turned into fine powder. Large cracks in the surrounding rocks continued to spread out, and the entire mountain peak was destroyed. Pucci! Du Xiaofu's face turned pale as a wisp of golden blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was able to contend against a transcendent, revered martial artist with a cultivation at the peak of the consummate martial emperor realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had to rely on his abnormal defense and the increasingly tyrannical mysterious style. Even with the help of the golden rock wings, he was still injured. Even with the purple gold heavenly palace in hand, it was difficult to resist. This transcendent martial honorable was simply too powerful. It's hard to resist. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. This transcendent martial honorable was very powerful. Even if he used his pulse spirit and lightning martial vein, this transcendent martial honorable also had his own pulse spirit and martial vein. To be able to have the cultivation of a transcendent martial honorable, this person's martial vein would not be too low. In addition to the transcendent martial honorable's cultivation, even if he went all out, he would only be able to hold on for a while and would not be able to solve the problem. Die. Yun Guang Venerable pounced once again. Seeing Du Xiaofu's strength, he could not suppress his killing intent. His body flew across the sky, and his aura seemed to be able to destroy the world as he attacked Du Xiaofu once again. I can only use my trump card. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a mysterious aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. In his golden eyes, a strange mysterious rune accompanied by an extremely shocking energy swept out, shaking one's soul. Mysterious soul eye. In the next moment, there seemed to be a ray of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's eyes, and the strange mysterious rune light overlapped. In a short moment, the dazzling, mysterious rune light shrouded the sky like a bright moon and enveloped Yun Guang Venerable. All of a sudden, Yun Guang Venerable's eyes froze. However, in less than an instant, Yun Guang Venerable revealed a sneer. It's just an illusion. You're too weak if your primordial spirit is not at the level of an 8-star spiritual talisman master. Yun Guang Venerable sneered. His body was surrounded by a sea of clouds, and he ignored Du Xiaofu. The illusion formed by the primordial spirit of an 8-star spiritual talisman master could not shake him at all. In the face of Yun Guang Venerable's attack, Du Xiaofu smiled, and a special rune light appeared in his eyes. That kind of rune light seemed to be quite similar to the mysterious spirit eyes. They seemed to be of the same origin. The rune light formed an illusory space fluctuation in front of Lin Fan. Then, Du Xiaofu disappeared into the space fluctuation in front of Yun Guang Venerable's eyes. Another illusion. He's at the end of his rope. Yun Guang Venerable ignored Du Xiaofu. His body was surrounded by a sea of clouds, and he immediately plunged into the space fluctuation. There's something hidden in the illusion. Something's not right. The moment Yun Guang Venerable stepped into the space fluctuation, he immediately discovered something strange. However, with his powerful cultivation, Yun Guang Venerable was still indifferent and did not pay much attention to it. However, he did not underestimate it. He released his consciousness and probed the surroundings. He realized that the surrounding space was ancient and boundless. It was different. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He used the mysterious soul eye and the Sumeru illusion to lure the transcendent martial venerable into the desolate ancient space. Otherwise, the transcendent martial venerable would not have entered the desolate ancient space so carelessly. The desolate ancient space was not ordinary. After completely controlling and merging with the desolate ancient space, one could activate everything in the space for his own use. The more he could comprehend and control, the more he could activate for his own use. The beast energy, secret skills, and runes in the desolate ancient space could all be used by Du Xiaofu. Once a strong enemy was trapped in the desolate ancient space, they could only be slaughtered. Du Xiaofu had already merged with and controlled the desolate ancient space. He was aware of the wonders and profoundness of the space. However, he had never used it before. It seems to be an extraordinary treasure. I've gained a lot today. Yun Guang Venerable sneered. He did not hide his killing intent. The weapon in Du Xiaofu's hand was an absolute treasure. Yun Guang Venerable could also feel that the strange space was extraordinary. It was impossible for him not to want it. Boom! As he sneered, the sea of clouds around Yun Guang Venerable surged. The sea of clouds glowed and dazzling runes intertwined. Within the cloud river, there seemed to be stars densely packed. It looked incomparably brilliant and immediately enveloped Du Xiaofu. Undoubtedly, Yun Guang Venerable felt that he had wasted too much time. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu with all his might. This young master won't play with you anymore. Just stay here. Du Xiaofu sneered. Just as the sea of clouds shrouded him, he disappeared. At the same time, Yun Guang Venerable's attack disappeared. Then, the surroundings changed and Yun Guang Venerable appeared in a space of nothingness. In the space of nothingness, countless shadows of demonic beasts roared. Runes and secret skills filled the space. It was a vast space with an ancient and boundless aura at this moment. Yun Guang Venerable's eyes turned solemn. He could feel the extraordinariness of the space. Pissed, in the air, Du Xiaofu's figure flew out from the fluctuating space runes. Then, the desolate ancient space turned into a light screen and flew into the space between his eyebrows. Kill! On the ground and in the air, the battle was still fierce. It was a bloody battle that was extremely tragic. As the energy runes intertwined and swept out, broken arms and limbs flew up continuously. There were bodies that turned into blood mist and scattered everywhere. The lives of some experts seemed extremely fragile at this moment. However, the people from the Divine Light Court were already in a miserable state. Some of them had already started to flee in all directions. They were chased by terrifying figures like Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Du Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the General. At this moment, 3 of the Divine Light Court's venerables had been killed by Du Xiaofu. Even Yun Guang Venerable was imprisoned in the desolate ancient space. The remaining Divine Light Court's venerables could no longer leave to provide support. As for the other experts of the Divine Light Court, there were not many who could fight against Du Xiaoqing, Du Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and the General. Kid, where's Yun Guang Venerable? A loud shout resounded through the void. An elder in a wide robe appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. There were lightning runes flashing on his robe, and electric arcs raged all over his body. He was Thunder Light Venerable. Like Yun Guang Venerable, he was also a transcendent martial venerable of the Divine Light Court. He had been spying on the entire battlefield. Thunder Light Venerable had severely injured a martial venerable in the Sky Pivot Hall and fell down the mountain peak. He happened to see Du Xiaofu come out of the ancient space. Yun Guang Venerable, who had been chasing after him, was nowhere to be seen. Thus, he gave up chasing after the martial venerable in the Sky Pivot Hall and targeted Du Xiaofu. He won't live for long. Du Xiaofu looked at Thunder Light Venerable and sensed his aura. This person was not weaker than the former. He was another transcendent martial venerable. Du Xiaofu, who was hiding in the dark, immediately focused. The golden rock wings on his back erupted with a bright golden light. He secretly thought of various ways to deal with him. Little bastard, you've killed so many experts of the Divine Light Court. Die. Thunder Light Venerable showed no mercy. His figure leaped across the void toward Du Xiaofu, and lightning rippled around him. Chapter 993. Retreat first. Du Xiaofu shifted his gaze. Du Xiaofu could sense a dangerous aura from this person that was slightly stronger than the transcendent martial revered from before. Naturally, it was not enough for him to go head-on against him. His shoulders trembled and the golden wings on his back flapped. His figure immediately retreated into the horizon. Golden afterimages appeared in the sky, causing people to be dazzled. The golden winged rocks, speed, coupled with the wave-like free footwork, was as fast as lightning. His speed is not slow. Looking at Du Xiaofu's afterimages retreating, the lightning reverend's eyes were filled with astonishment. However, he soon shook his head coldly. As the surrounding electric arcs flashed, the space beside the lightning reverend started to distort. Runes fluctuated and his entire body strangely disappeared from his original spot. Spatial energy control. The instant the lightning reverend disappeared, Du Xiaofu saw it from afar. His entire body trembled, and even his primordial spirit could not help but tremble. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to retreat again, a lightning figure appeared in the space where he was before he died. It was less than 10 feet away. Brat, no matter how fast you are, it is useless in front of absolute strength. Die. When the lightning reverend appeared, his indifferent killing intent surged. He threw out a palm print and the surrounding electric arcs fluctuated. In an instant, it was as though a lightning ball was formed. Along with the thunder clouds in the sky, it shot towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Lightning profound, huh? Du Xiaofu raised his head. Lightning suddenly surged in his eyes like a sea of thunder. A purple lightning was released in front of him. A fist covered in purple lightning swept out and heavily collided with the lightning reverend's palm. Rumble! When the two collided, lightning runes covered the sky. It was incomparably resplendent. Along with the muffled sound of thunder, it blocked the others and made it difficult for anyone to be affected. The terrifying commotion calmed down. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, and his entire body was wrapped in electric arcs. The lightning from the lightning reverend's terrifying attack entered Du Xiaofu's body and disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that it did not cause much damage. Pucci! However, a trace of golden blood flowed out from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. That was all. The lightning reverend was inwardly astonished. He could feel the same aura of lightning that erupted from Du Xiaofu earlier, causing him to feel fear. It was as though Du Xiaofu was the sovereign of lightning. If he could comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve further. This was a great opportunity for him. Looks like my opportunity has come. The voice of the thunder reverend was cold as lightning flashed in his eyes. His killing intent surged like the tides. After that, a claw imprint appeared in his hand, bringing with it rumbling thunder and lightning. It was like a heavenly claw that enveloped the space above Du Xiaofu's head, crushing downwards. Looking at the old man's claw, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. At this moment, Du Xiaofu definitely had the strength to continue fighting. Regardless of whether it was the purple gold heavenly fault, the pulse spirit, or the lightning martial vein, he could continue fighting. Most importantly, he still had the purple lightning profound cauldron with him. Once he used the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu knew that he would be able to destroy the transcendent martial revered in front of him. However, once the purple lightning profound cauldron appeared, Du Xiaofu knew that he would have to run for his life. Then, just as Du Xiaofu was about to go all out, a figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu from the space behind him. The newcomer calmly clenched his fist and quietly blocked the claw imprint of the lightning reverend. A slightly old voice with a domineering aura resounded in the space. "Lightning reverend, you are not qualified to touch my disciple." The moment the fist imprint came into contact with the claw imprint, the lightning reverend's old face suddenly changed. The electric arcs around him suddenly dissipated and crawled. As if he felt something, the lightning reverend suddenly raised his head in shock. He saw an old man in his 50s standing in front of Du Xiaofu. The old man's long black hair fluttered behind him and his scarlet robe fluttered. He had a wide forehead and a square face. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were deep and there were flaming runes dancing in the depths of his eyes. If one looked carefully, the flaming runes dancing in the depths of his eyes were actually a kind of flame-like lightning. The lightning in his eyes would cause one to feel as if they were about to be destroyed. The Yuan spirit in one's Naiwan palace would be completely destroyed and one's soul would be pierced and withered. When the lightning reverend saw the figure clearly, his old face could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with shock and he could not help but cry out, "Xiahou Fenglei, your Yuan spirit has recovered?" The lightning reverend naturally knew the weapon reverend Xiahou Fenglei. They had always been of the same generation. However, over 1,000 years ago, the name Xiahou Fenglei had always been an unreachable existence. At this moment, the lightning reverend could tell with a single glance that Xiahou Fenglei had recovered completely. It was obvious that Xiahou Fenglei's Yuan spirit and physical body had merged, and there was no effect at all. The surrounding space was distorted, and it seemed as if he wanted to control this world, causing the surrounding space to ripple. The frightening aura faintly spread and caused the Yuan spirit in his mind to tremble. "Master, you have recovered?" At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already taken a step forward. Looking at his master, the weapon sovereign, who had suddenly appeared beside him, a look of surprise quickly surged onto his pale and determined face. "Xiaofu, go and help the others. Leave this person to me." The weapon reverend glanced sideways and ignored the lightning reverend. He smiled at Du Xiaofu and said to Du Xiaofu, "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded. His master, the revered weapon master, had recovered. Relying on his sharp primordial spirit, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that his master, the revered weapon master Xiahou Fenglei, was much stronger than a transcendent martial saint. Du Xiaofu even guessed that the aura of his master, the weapon reverend, was not much weaker than his brother, Zhen Qingshan. After nodding, Du Xiaofu quickly retreated. The purple gold heavenly palace appeared in his hand again. Du Xiaofu's eyes erupted with golden light, and he rushed into the formation of the divine light court experts. Miserable screams and cries of slaughter immediately rang out. In midair, the weapon reverend Xiahou Fenglei raised his head and looked at the lightning reverend. In the depths of his eyes, flame-like lightning flickered with a chill. "You actually know that my Yuan spirit was not originally in my physical body. Only my brothers and I and the devil religion know about this. It seems that your divine light court is related to the devil religion. Xiahou Fenglei, whether you have recovered or not, you will not be able to escape today." The lightning reverend's old face darkened. He immediately wanted to break free from the weapon reverend and retreat. Rolling lightning appeared in the sky, and lightning formations were densely packed, illuminating the void above as if it was the end of the world. Even if the divine light court is related to the devil religion, some people in the devil religion are afraid of the big clans in this world. As for trash of the divine light court, lightning reverend, you were an ant in front of me 1,300 years ago. You still can't change now. You have offended the 7-star hall and injured my disciple. This debt you will have to pay with your life. His faint voice carried an unparalleled arrogance. As soon as the weapon reverend finished speaking, the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. His fist that was resisting the lightning reverend's claw suddenly flickered with flames and lightning. Like maggots, it tightly attached to the lightning reverend's claw, making it impossible for him to retreat. Not good. As if he had a bad premonition, the lightning reverend's primordial spirit felt a chill. Monstrous lightning raged in his body as he unleashed all his strength in an attempt to break free from the weapon reverend's restraint. However, in the face of the lightning reverend's all-out resistance, the weapon reverend's face remained calm. The flames and lightning that flickered on his fist suddenly seemed to come alive. A huge suction force gushed out, and then it directly devoured the lightning on the lightning reverend's body. No matter how the lightning reverend resisted, it was useless. Martial Uncle Xinguang, save me, save me. At the last moment, the lightning reverend, who had used all his strength, finally shouted loudly. His voice rumbled as his cry for help resounded in the sky. However, all of this did not seem to change anything. The lightning energy that had just been devoured by the lightning zunjia on the fist of the weapon venerate Xiahou Fenglei suddenly erupted in the next instant. The space in front of the fist was instantly shattered as lightning arcs shot towards the sky. Rumble! The space collapsed, and the pitiful lightning reverend's body exploded in front of the weapon reverend's fist. The lightning reverend's body turned into ashes that rained down. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Bang! 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 In the void, energy surged and vibrated in all directions. The terrifying talisman array that Yu Xianzi had set up was forcibly destroyed by the Xinguang, heavenly master. The mighty energy burst out, and dazzling runes were densely packed. The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Walala! The tide-like energy spread out like waves, spreading out endless space ripples, shaking the void. Everyone below was horrified, and their hair stood on end. Bang! Bang! The energy waves soared into the sky. With a low, muffled sound, the energy storm rolled up thousands of feet high, drowning the void above. Countless runes were released in the void. Then Yu Xianzi and Kuang Zun were knocked back from the sky. Both of them vomited blood and were seriously injured. Are you all right? The weapon reverend rushed out and gently placed his hands on the backs of Yu Xianzi and Kuang Zun, stopping them in the void at the same time. Fourth brother, have you recovered? Kuang Zun turned his head. His hair was disheveled, and he did not have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed happily at the weapon reverend. The weapon reverend smiled and said to Kuang Zun, "Not only have I fully recovered, but I've also made some progress." As his voice fell, the weapon reverend looked at the sky. In the dazzling light, the Xinguang, heavenly master, rushed out. The surrounding light was dazzling, enveloping the void, accompanied by the fluctuation of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Xinguang has reached the half-domain level. Be careful, Yu Xianzi said to the weapon reverend. She frowned and was a little worried. Half-domain level, me too. The weapon reverend smiled faintly, and then looked at the void in the distance. His voice came out, "Lightning reverend, you're here. Come out too." Chapter 994. Haha, Xiahou Fenglei, I didn't expect you to have recovered. As his gloomy voice faded, the space above him slowly expanded. Lightning filled the void and filled the air. Then 7 figures slowly swept out from the space, and after a few flashes, they appeared in front of everyone. The first was a yellow-robed old man, whose aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. The 6 mysterious black-robed men behind him all had the aura of a venerable, especially 2 of the 6 black-robed men, whose aura was even stronger than the 8-star Chaos Origin Talisman Master of the Divine Light Court, Een Thunder Old Man. As the yellow-robed old man appeared, Kwang Zun, Yuxianzi, and the others' eyes darkened. The yellow-robed old man was the Een Thunder Old Man who had pretended to be Ji-Mo's minister. Een Thunder Old Man is here too. Du Xiaofu, who was slaughtering the invaders of the Divine Light Court, also noticed the movement in the sky. He raised his head and looked up. The yellow-robed old man was the Een Thunder Old Man who had been scared away by the purple flame, demonic phoenix. According to the strength of his big brother, Zhen Qingchen, the purple flame demonic phoenix had to be wary of his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. But it was able to scare away the Een Thunder Old Man. Du Xiaofu guessed that the Een Thunder Old Man's cultivation should be at the peak of the Nirvana realm. At most, he had just touched the half-domain level. However, that level was already extremely terrifying. A transcendent martial venerable was already not a match for him. A peak Nirvana realm martial venerable who had touched the half-domain level was far from enough. You're finally willing to come. If we fail today, we won't be able to explain ourselves. With the appearance of the Een Thunder Old Man, Xinguang Heavenly Master's face did not look too good, and there was a hint of anger in his majestic voice. Many experts of the Divine Light Court had been killed, and they had suffered heavy losses. However, the Een Thunder Old Man had delayed until now to appear, which made Xinguang Heavenly Master extremely unhappy. We only want Xiahou Fenglei and Du Xiaofu. You and I will join forces to deal with Xiahou Fenglei. Let's end this quickly. The others won't be able to hold off Purple Sky Sovereign and the other 2 for long. Een Thunder Old Man did not seem to care too much about Xinguang Tianzuan's words. His deep eyes swept across the audience, and then he waved his hand and ordered the 6 black-robed men behind him. You guys deal with Kwang Zun and Yuxianzi. Capture Du Xiaofu and end this quickly. Yes, sir. 6 black figures then shot out like lightning and pounced on the ground below. The 2 strongest among them directly pounced on Kwang Zun and Yuxianzi, who were already severely injured. Bastard, you're courting death! Shouted Kwang Zun. His burly figure suddenly rushed forward, his aura exploding and shaking the void. Although Kwang Zun was severely injured, he was still terrifying and fierce. His body rushed into the sky with supreme power. Dazzling energy burst out, and he immediately clashed with one of the experts from the devil religion. In the next moment, Yu Xianzi held the ancient wall of spirits and collided with one of the experts from the devil religion. Only the remaining 4 venerables from the devil religion locked their auras on Du Xiaofu and pounced on Du Xiaofu. Brother, be careful! 3 auras swept out. Du Xiaoqing and Little Tigers by Fong Divine Bird and Black Tiger's body appeared in the sky with a terrifying aura like a tornado. Du Xiaoyao's golden ape body shone with golden light and appeared together. Without any explanation, the 3 of them used all their strength to block the 3 of the demonic cult's venerables who were coming. The remaining venerables from the devil religion, who had the strongest aura among the 4, deliberately pounced on Du Xiaofu. He should be a perfected martial venerable. Feeling the aura from the devil religion's venerable, Du Xiaofu slightly gritted his teeth. The golden wings on his back flapped like an eagle soaring into the sky. His movements were as fast as lightning as he slashed out with his sword. A simple slash contained the overbearing way of the sword. Bang, bang! In a flash, the 4 of them collided with each other. Their speed was so fast that it was dazzling. A low groan was heard, and a large number of dazzling runes exploded in the air. Surging killing, intent, surged in the air. Pucci, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing's Black Tiger, and Bai Feng divine birds' bodies were knocked back and fell down, crashing into the mountain and shattering it. Du Xiaoyao's situation was also not good. She continuously shattered the spatial ripples. The three of them were not a match for the venerables, not to mention the three venerables from the devil religion, who were not ordinary. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's body staggered back in the air, and some pale golden blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The other party was a perfected martial venerable, and was very powerful. The Divine Light Court is indeed related to the devil religion. Yinlei, you attacked me that day. Today you will pay the price. Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei growled, and the lightning radiance that spread out from his body covered the void. There was a murderous intent that shook the surroundings. Flaming lightning streaked across the sky, sweeping toward Yinlei, Old Man, and Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, at lightning speed. Xiahou Fenglei, you have reached the half-domain. Sensing the aura from Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei, Yinlei, Old Man's face changed unexpectedly. Back then, he had secretly attacked Xiahou Fenglei. At that time, Xiahou Fenglei was only at the peak of the 8-star Nirvana realm. I have to thank you. It's a pity that your cultivation has not improved much in the past 1,000 years. Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei growled. At this moment, he did not look like a normal spiritual talisman master at all. Instead, he was like a ferocious thunder beast, erupting with unparalleled flames and lightning, directly enveloping Yinlei, Old Man, and Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable. With the terrifying pressure of thunder and lightning, a large area of the void was destroyed. I didn't expect that you, Xiahou Fenglei, have also reached the half-domain realm. Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, rushed out, and the dazzling light spread all over his body, emitting a dazzling and terrifying light. There was also the fluctuation of thunder and lightning, which turned into a dazzling beam of light, with the power to pierce through the sky, and swept toward Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei. We are both at the half-domain, but I am a human venerable and I have spiritual thunder. Old Man Xinguang, how can you be my opponent? As Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei roared, the thunder and lightning in the sky condensed into a claw print. The claw print was formed by the condensation of thunder and lightning, and the lightning runes were densely packed. It was so intense that the dazzling light of Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, seemed to dim. It was so bright that the creatures below had to close their eyes, unable to look at it. Boom! There was a low explosion and meteorites collided. The void changed color, and the dazzling runes exploded. The energy imprisoned the void, and Weapon Venerable's claw print tore apart Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable's light beam, forcing Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, to retreat. At the same time, the attack of Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, arrived. His eyes were sharp and gloomy. A claw print in the void attracted thunder and lightning, and with the momentum of thunder, it appeared in front of Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei. Whoosh! The claw print was accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the space along the way was torn apart. 5 pitch-black space traces were revealed. This was the real tearing of space. You will pay the price. Weapon Venerable shouted, ignoring Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the power of thunder and lightning from Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable's body into his mouth. His whole body was flowing with fire and thunder, and even his eyes were flashing with fire and thunder, as if he had turned into a thunder god. Then he punched Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable's claw print. Bang! There was a low explosion, and Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, was directly shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, quickly use your trump card, or you won't be able to do anything to Xiahou Fenglei. Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable's face was very ugly. Xiahou Fenglei's strength was stronger than he had imagined. There were still a large number of experts of the divine light court dying. They were the foundation of the divine light court and the painstaking efforts of Xinguang, heavenly venerable, over thousands of years. At this moment his heart was bleeding. Xinguang, heavenly venerable, looked at weapon venerable Xiahou Fenglei in front of him, and coldness flashed in the depths of his deep eyes. A ball of light fluctuating with thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in his palm. As the ball of light in Xinguang, heavenly venerable's palm was crushed, an indifferent and majestic voice slowly came from the sky. "You really want me to show up, you two good-for-nothings?" As the indifferent and majestic voice came out, there was a strange light spreading out from the void above Xinguang, heavenly venerable's head. A figure wrapped in thunder and lightning appeared, and the surrounding thunder and lightning were like silver snakes flashing, enveloping his entire body and making it impossible to see his true appearance. As the figure appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out, bringing with it a destructive and domineering power. The figure appeared above the void, and no one dared to approach and could only look up. Weapon venerable Xiahou Fenglei seemed to have felt something, and the fire and thunder in his eyes gradually shrank and condensed. "Greetings, emissary." As the thunder and lightning figure appeared, Xinguang heavenly venerable and Xinguang heavenly venerable immediately bowed respectfully. Chapter 995. You have the 3,000 repelling lightning. I've spent a lot of time on you, but it's worth it. The lightning figure moved, ignoring the Yin Thunder Elder and Xinguang, heavenly master. Lightning shot out from his eyes as he stared at the weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei. His gaze was like a sea of lightning. He was far away from the battlefield of the weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei, crazy sovereign, and Yu Xianzi. The appearance of the terrifying lightning aura in the sky naturally attracted the attention of Du Xiaofu, who had just been pushed back. The thunder martial vein in his body seemed to have sensed something and began to stir. Du Xiaofu's heart sank when he sensed the aura of the lightning figure. The terrifying aura seemed to have really shrouded and solidified the space. Du Xiaofu felt that the aura was even stronger than that of his master, the weapon, revered master. Could it be the legendary true martial domain realm expert? Du Xiaofu's heart sank and his expression turned serious. Third young master. At this moment, as Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoya were pushed back, Phantom, Shosha, and Han Xia abandoned the martial venerables of the Divine Light Court and immediately appeared beside Du Xiaofu. "Be careful," Du Xiaofu said to Phantom and the other two. He looked at the perfect martial venerables in front of him with a cold gaze. But at this moment, what was more serious was the lightning figure that was descending from above. Sha, Han Xia, and Phantom appeared and immediately blocked the 3 martial venerables of the devil religion with all their strength. "Kid, you are full of treasures. Surrender." The perfect martial venerables of the devil religion looked at the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back, and the purple gold heavenly palace in his hand revealed a greedy look. He formed a hand seal in his hand, and a strange energy appeared in the sky. It was as if he had borrowed all the energy in the space. Boom! In the end, all the energy was transformed into a terrifying attack by the peak revered martial artist. It could topple mountains and overturn seas, destroying everything in its path as it rushed towards Du Xiaofu. It wanted to engulf Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and the purple lightning in front of him interweaved. Lightning runes filled the sky and turned into a curtain of purple lightning arcs, blocking the opponent's attack. Rumble! However, the peak martial saint did not hold back at all. This attack was too terrifying. It resonated with the heavens and the earth, bringing with it a terrifying rumbling sound. It was as if it had borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth to bind Du Xiaofu. Puchi! Du Xiaofu kept retreating as a faint golden blood mist spilled out of his mouth. Bastard! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with coldness. His entire body was overflowing with lightning. A terrifying aura fluctuated, and he was about to activate the thunder martial vein. The 7-star hall is not a place for the devil religion to behave atrociously. At this moment, a loud shout resounded through the sky. A purple light filled the sky and turned into a claw that was wrapped in purple runes. It swept down from the sky. Chila! Then the purple claw was like a purple lightning bolt, fiercely colliding with the terrifying rune energy that was engulfing Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The purple claw swept down, and the peak martial saint's attack was in chaos. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out. In the mountains below, many of the mountain peaks cracked and exploded under the aftershock of the terrifying purple claw, revealing ravines. As the claw destroyed everything, the lightning spread to the top of the peak martial saint's head and fell like purple lightning. Ka! The peak martial saint's eyes suddenly shrank in fear. His body was crushed like an ant, and he couldn't be more dead. Xiaofu, are you all right? In the next moment, an old man with long purple hair and wearing a purple patterned robe appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His facial features were like a sculpture. When he was young, he must have been handsome and exuded a noble aura. At this moment, the aura on his body was even more terrifying. 6th martial uncle. Looking at the purple-haired man, Du Xiaofu was slightly shocked and then overjoyed. The person in front of him was his 6th martial uncle, the hall master of Mazang Hall, Zi Tinzuan. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the space beside Zi Tinzuan fluctuated again, and 2 more figures descended. One of them was a strong man in his 70s, wearing a star-patterned robe. The other was an old man in a spiritual talisman master's robe. They were the hall master of Supreme Brilliance Hall, Venerable Qian Xing, and the hall master of Tinji Hall, Venerable Dan. It's time to end this. At the same time, the lightning figure above attacked. A terrifying aura confined the void, and lightning spread, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Electric arcs danced in the sky, releasing immortal destructive lightning. It was dazzling and terrifying, enveloping weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei. At this moment, this expanse of space was densely covered in lightning talisman markings that were dazzling and resplendent. Moreover, they emanated destructive lightning rumbling and rumbling. At this moment, the void was trembling and the mountains and rivers were surging. It was as if the lightning figure had become the only thing in the world. The lightning figure was the only one left in the void. The lightning was brilliant, just like a supreme being. With such a terrifying attack, everyone in the void below could not help but stop fighting. They were all aghast. The attack was too terrifying. Even a venerable realm expert's hair would stand on end. At this moment, weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei was relaxed. He looked at the void and said, "I'm not afraid of a doppelganger. But 5th brother, do you really want me to waste my energy? 4th brother, your primordial spirit seems to be getting stronger and stronger." A faint laughter sounded, but at the same time a dense and dazzling rune appeared in front of weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei. Boom! The aura of the rune caused the void to tremble as well. It covered the heaven and earth. A figure descended and blocked the destructive lightning. At this moment, no matter how terrifying the lightning was, it could not get any closer. The figure that landed appeared to be older than the venerable weapon. He was more than 70 years old. His black hair was smooth and his complexion was ruddy. The silver hair at his temples fluttered in the wind. With the appearance of this old man, the heaven and earth trembled again. There was an inexplicable pressure spreading from his body. It seemed to be even more powerful than the lightning figure. That's 5th uncle, Jimo's minister. Du Xiaofu, who was in the void below, looked at the old man who appeared beside his master, weapon Venerable. His eyes were filled with surprise. That old man was the hall master of Audiobook Hall, 5th uncle, Jimo's minister. Hiding your head and showing your tail, but it's still just a clone. The 7-star hall is not a place for a clone like you to behave atrociously. Jimo's minister raised his head and looked at the lightning figure. With a deep shout, The runes on his body glowed and formed a dazzling divine ring in front of him. It then connected and emitted a blinding divine light. Finally, the dazzling runes condensed into a solid halberd. It shone brightly and dazzlingly. It directly pierced through the void and destroyed the surrounding destructive lightning. The debt with the devil religion. I will settle it with you sooner or later. Today, I will collect the interest first. In the next instant, Mo's minister appeared in front of the lightning figure. No one could clearly see what happened. After that, everyone only saw Mo's minister's fist, which was wrapped in dazzling runes, fiercely landed on the lightning figure's body. Rumble! This punch directly pierced through the lightning figure, causing the lightning to explode and dissipate into monstrous arcs of lightning. However, no blood was seen. It was just a clone. However, the result shocked everyone. Run! Mo's minister has broken through to the martial domain realm. Run quickly! Thunder Old Man's old face instantly changed as he fled with lightning speed. Retreat, everyone, retreat quickly! Shenguang, Heavenly Sovereign, was also afraid as his pupils shrunk. He knew very well what the true martial domain realm represented. He had always yearned for that step, but was unable to take it. Chi! Thunder Old Man and Shenguang, Heavenly Sovereign, quickly escaped. They tore through the void and instantly entered the void crack. Since you are here, then you will have to pay the price. Seeing the Thunder Old Man and Shenguang, Heavenly Lord, trying to escape, Mo's eyes flashed with a cold glint. From afar, he sent out a runic handprint that seemed to be able to control the power of heaven and earth as it viciously slammed towards the spatial rift that the two escaped into. Bang, bang! When the handprint landed, the surrounding space silently turned into nothingness. The surrounding space crumbled as a terrifying energy directly entered the void crack. Poochie! Within the void crack that was gradually closing, two muffled groans could be heard as blood spurted out from the void crack. The 7-star hall will not exist for long. My devil religion will not give up. A sinister and painful voice could be heard from within the void crack. It was obvious that Thunder Old Man and Shenguang, Heavenly Sovereign, had both suffered heavy injuries. Following that, the void crack slowly closed. Kill, leave no one alive. Purple Heavenly Sovereign looked at the space above. His gaze swept across the battlefield as murderous intent surged in his eyes. He immediately rushed out and attacked. Run, quickly! The experts of the Divine Light Court and several sovereigns of the devil religion did not dare to stay any longer. They all scattered and fled in panic. Kill! However, at that moment, as Purple Heavenly Sovereign, Crazy Sovereign, Pill Sovereign, Sovereign Chen-Xing, and other experts joined the fray, the sovereigns were also rapidly falling. Die! GMO, the Hall Master of Alioth Hall, attacked. The 8-star Primordial Origin, Talisman, Master of the Divine Light Court, wanted to escape, but in the end his divine soul was destroyed. At that moment, the 8-star Primordial Origin, Talisman Master, did not even have much power to resist in the hands of GMO, the Hall Master of Alioth Hall. Chapter 996. The bloody battle ended with the participation of Purple Sky Venerable, Pill Venerable, Venerable Qianxing, Venerable Weapon, and the Hall Master of Jade Hall, GMO, other than the 2 martial venerables under the devil religion, whose auras were stronger than the 8-star Origin Talisman Master of the Divine Light Court. They were lucky enough to escape from the hands of the severely injured Mad Venerable and Jade Fairy. None of the thousands of experts of the Divine Light Court and the venerables of the devil religion were spared. Inside Dubhi Hall, blood flowed like a river and dyed the mountains red. This nourished the phantom, the beast killer, the evil soul, and the bloodvine demon. When the battle ended, most of the remaining disciples of Dubhi Hall were drenched in blood. All the disciples grieved for the deaths of their fellow disciples. Their eyes were red, but they were also excited that they had killed all the invaders of the Divine Light Court. Lin Wei-Chi's fiery red dress was now drenched in blood and clung tightly to her body. Her delicate red lips were pale and dyed red by the blood, revealing a poignant beauty. What's the origin of the devil religion? The Divine Light Court is going to be completely destroyed. All the experts have been killed. The Hall Master of the Alioth Hall, 9 Lives Divine Minister GMO, seems to have broken through to the legendary Martial Domain Realm. In the future, the strength of the 7 Stars Hall will rise to another level and will be closer to the 9 great factions. The huge commotion in Dubhi Hall was like the end of the world. It attracted countless people to gather from afar. The Hall Master of Alioth Hall, the famous 9 Lives Venerable GMO, had stepped into the legendary Martial Domain Realm. The experts of the Divine Light Court had all been killed, and the mysterious demonic cult had appeared. Soon after, the news spread from Spirit Realm. At dusk, the setting sun was as red as blood. In the Dubhi Hall, only Mad Venerable, Purple Sky Venerable, Venerable Weapon, and Du Xiaofu were present. Is this the disciple of Fourth Brother? He is indeed powerful. GMO looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. He was known as the 9 Lives Venerable. He had already succeeded in Nirvana and stepped into the Martial Domain Realm. 5th Martial Uncle. Du Xiaofu saluted GMO. His face was pale, but with his abnormal body he was not affected. No need to be so courteous. The 7 Stars Palace will have a successor in the future. The GMO official smiled. Divine Light Heavenly Venerable. Divine Light Venerable. Mad Venerable was furious, and what he wanted was the Divine Light Court? The demonic cult and the Divine Light Court are in cahoots. The Divine Light Court is nothing to worry about, but we have to guard against the demonic cult. Before we figure out the demonic cult's real situation, now is not the time to deal with the Divine Light Court. Xiahou Fenglei, the Weapon Lord, frowned slightly. Although he was able to kill many of the invaders from the Divine Light Court and the Devil Cult this time, he looked worried instead of happy. Were to light were we. Weapon was venerable was clear, but his anger could not be quenched. Let the various palaces eliminate the forces of the Divine Light Court. I believe that the Divine Light Court will no longer have any power to resist. However, this is the headquarters of the Divine Light Court. We should be patient for the time being and make a decision after we figure out the actual situation of the demon cult, Fairy said. That is the only way. 9 Lives Venerable GMO nodded. He narrowed his eyes, and there seemed to be a space rippling in the depths of his eyes. He then said, the devil religion has been eyeing the 7-Star Hall for a long time. Now we can be sure that it is Fourth Brother's 3,000 quaking thunder. They will not let it go. But this time, some of the experts of the devil cult who had stopped the 6th, 7th, and 3rd brothers were all killed. In addition, the Een Thunder Elder was seriously injured, and the mysterious man also lost a doppelganger. The Divine Light Court should not be able to make any big moves in a short time. It is a pity that we know so little about the devil religion. Venerable Qianxing sighed. Martial uncles, let me make a trip to the ancient Heaven Sect. If the ancient Heaven Sect has any information about the devil religion, I believe I should be able to ask a lot. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to Kuang Zun and the others, that is a good idea. Given your relationship with the ancient Heaven Sect, it should not be too difficult. Jade Fairy nodded. She had already known about the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the ancient Heaven Sect. Then let's find out the truth about the devil religion first. Kuang Zun also nodded, looked at Du Xiaofu, and then said, this time it is all thanks to you. Otherwise, the Imperial Pivot Hall would have suffered a greater loss. Hearing Kuang Zun's words, Jade Fairy, Purple Tinzuin, and the others also looked at Du Xiaofu with some surprise. They naturally knew that Kuang Zun was referring to the hundreds of extraordinary young people brought by Du Xiaofu, who had caused a huge blow to the invaders of the Divine Light Court. Otherwise, Even if the Imperial Pivot Hall was able to protect themselves in the end, they would have had to pay an irreparable price. With the eyesight of Purple Tinzuin and the others, they were naturally able to feel that the hundreds of young people were not simple. Apart from the demonic beasts and a few elders who were not simple, any one of the young people was a peerless existence in the entire central continent. The talent of the young people was enough to be compared with the top experts of the 9 great forces. Several of them were even better than the top experts of the younger generation of the 9 great forces. Purple, Tinzuin, Pillmaster, and the others all knew what it meant if the young people all grew up in the future. They were also secretly shocked. Du Xiaofu replied to Kuang Zun, "I am also a disciple of the 7-Star Hall. It is my duty. Xiaofu, the young people and demonic beasts around you have all been strengthened by the sacred body art, right?" Weapon Master Xiahou Fenglei looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. He was satisfied from the bottom of his heart with the disciple in front of him whom he had unintentionally taken in. Then there was a slight doubt in his eyes as he asked Du Xiaofu, "But I feel that the young people and demonic beasts around you, in addition to being strengthened by the sacred body art, seem to have obtained an even greater opportunity." Du Xiaofu was secretly moved by his master's insight. Then he smiled and nodded, replying, "Master's guess is right. Not only have they been strengthened by the sacred body art, but they have also been strengthened by the divine thunder. They have all been strengthened by the divine thunder from the sealed ancient land. Xiaofu boy, you are not fooling us, are you?" Purple Tianzuin rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. Only 10 people had been strengthened by the divine thunder in the sealed ancient land for 30 years. Naturally, he would not believe that more than 100 people had been strengthened by the divine thunder. Yu Xianzi, Kuang Zun, 9 Lives Venerable, and the others all looked at Du Xiaofu in doubt, waiting for Du Xiaofu's answer. "Martial uncles and martial uncles, the divine lightning cauldron that sealed the ancient land is currently with me." Du Xiaofu smiled, knowing in his heart that even these elders would not believe him. Then, under several fluctuating gazes, the purple thunder cauldron in Du Xiaofu's palm flashed with a purple light. Boom! A destructive and overbearing aura suddenly filled the hall. Kuang Zun, 9 Lives Sovereign, Purple Heavenly Sovereign, and the others' eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Their gazes were like huge waves. Then, as if they were looking at an alien, they fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu. Numerous figures suddenly stood up excitedly and surrounded Du Xiaofu. "This is the divine thunder cauldron." Weapon Venerable also stood up and looked at the purple thunder cauldron in Du Xiaofu's palm. He recognized that it was the divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient land. There was no mistake. This is the divine thunder cauldron. Definitely the divine thunder cauldron. Purple Tianzuin trembled with excitement, his purple hair standing on end. Gulp, the 7 top experts swallowed their saliva and sucked in a breath of cold air. Ha 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 ha! When the sealed ancient land appeared, the 9 great forces were looking for the divine thunder cauldron everywhere. Who would have thought that the divine thunder cauldron would fall into the hands of the 7-Star Hall? Fortunately, I did not look for it. Kuang Zun sucked in a breath of cold air and then burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his qi and blood surged and affected his injuries. Some blood flowed out of his mouth, but he was still dancing with joy. "Xiaofu, what's going on?" Yu Xianzi asked Du Xiaofu. At this moment, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Du Xiaofu smiled. Naturally, he trusted his martial uncles and martial uncles. He then told Purple Tianzuin and the others about the situation. "Xiaofu, if that's the case, the divine thunder cauldron, also known as the purple lightning profound cauldron, is also under your control. You can let everyone obtain the divine thunder body tempering?" After hearing about Du Xiaofu's situation, 9 Lives Sovereign GMO looked at Du Xiaofu with unconcealable shock in his eyes. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to 9 Lives Sovereign GMO and the others, if martial uncles want to obtain the divine thunder body tempering. This junior can do it any time. The divine thunder body tempering. Back then, only your master, Old Fifth and Old Sixth, had obtained it. The four of us did not have the chance to set foot on the lightning platform. This time, we naturally cannot miss it. Sovereign Qianxing was not courteous and immediately nodded to Du Xiaofu. Back then, when the sealed ancient land opened, only Xiahou Feng lay, Purple Tianzuan, and GMO stepped on the lightning platform and obtained the divine thunder body tempering. However, at that time, the seven of them had yet to establish the seven-star hall. Xiaofu, can the purple lightning profound cauldron allow everyone to undergo the divine thunder body tempering? Pale Venerable's old face moved closer to Du Xiaofu's and asked with a mysterious expression. Of course. However, the younger the person, the better the effect. Du Xiaofu said, from the Eagle King's Gong Saber, Solitary Sword King, and Golden Condor King's divine thunder body tempering. He knew that the younger the person, the better the effect. Ha! My seven-star hall is going to prosper. Pale Venerable laughed excitedly. If all the young disciples of the seven-star hall were to undergo the divine thunder body tempering, then in time, the seven-star hall would be able to sweep through the central state. Xiaofu, you must keep the purple lightning profound cauldron a secret. You must not leak the news. Weapon Venerable Xiahou Feng lay instructed his beloved disciple. At this moment, his eyes were also trembling. However, Du Xiaofu also told Sovereign Kuang, Purple Tianzuan, Pale Venerable, and Sovereign Qianxing about the ancient desolate space. The seven super experts looked at each other. Their faces were filled with shock, ecstasy, and astonishment. It was indescribable. That night, no one knew that Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi had entered the ancient desolate space to heal their wounds. As for Venerable Qianxing and Venerated Pale, they excitedly entered Du Xiaofu's purple lightning profound cauldron to refine their bodies with divine lightning. Within a certain space within the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu and Weapon Venerable Xiahou Feng lay silently appeared. Chapter 997. In the space, various formations and beasts emerged endlessly, trapping a figure within. He was already exhausted, but he could not break free no matter how hard he tried. This person seems to be Yun Guang Sage from the Divine Light Court. He is also a famous expert with the cultivation of a transcendent martial venerable. He is not bad, but he is limited by his natural talent. I'm afraid that he will not have a great opportunity in the future. Of course, he will not have a chance to break through. Looking at the figure trapped by the formations and beasts, the weapon master smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, You have to be careful on your way to the ancient heaven sect. The devil religion has its eyes on us, so they will not let it go. I have been binding the soul of the murderous weapon for thousands of years, but I have also comprehended something. I feel that the nirvana stage is about to be completed, so I need to go into seclusion for a period of time to comprehend and try to break through. I can't accompany you to the ancient heaven sect, but I will give you something to protect you. You can comprehend it later. After a while, in the misty space of the barren ancient space, the pitiful Yun Guang Sage was restrained. He looked at the weapon master Xiahou Fenglei and Du Xiaofu in fear, but his voice was also restrained and he could not make a sound. Apart from the secret soldier secrets and the sacred body secrets, I also learned the art of puppetry. It originated from an ancient book that I accidentally obtained, but it was only an incomplete book. Even so, the art of puppetry is amazing. I have comprehended it for hundreds of years and have made some progress in it, the weapon master said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stood still and listened respectfully. Of course, he knew that his master, the revered tool master, was famous throughout the Central Plains. Back then, the one valley, 2 sects, and the other 9 forces tried their best to rope in the weapon master. Apart from the secret soldier secrets and the sacred body secrets, The weapon master's art of puppetry was also an important reason why the Nine Forces valued him. Later, Du Xiaofu obtained the inheritance left behind by his master, the venerable weapon. He also passed the puppet technique to the king of medicine, Yiwuming and Gu Zhangyu. Even Guzong and the others dabbled in it. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu learned from Guzong that Gu Zhangyu had been fiddling with puppet techniques in the ancient sky sect. He seemed to have gained a small reputation, and even the entire ancient sky sect thought highly of him. Xiahou Fenglei looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "There are many types of puppet arts. One of them saves the most materials, but it's also the cruelest. It has extremely strict requirements on the power of the soul of the refiner." "Master, what kind of puppet refining technique is that?" This method of refining puppets, which saved the most materials, immediately attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. It should be known that the materials required to refine a high-level puppet were extraordinarily expensive, enough to bankrupt an ordinary person. It's best if it's a living cultivator, but it's much worse if it's a corpse. In addition, it's best if it's a martial cultivator. If it's refined successfully, it can increase its strength when it was alive, and its power will be much greater than when it was alive. Xiahou Fenglei smiled and glanced at the terrified Yun Guang, venerable. He continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. "Back then, I had a sudden idea to merge the secret soldier art and the saint body art into the puppet. I found that it was as I expected. It can make the puppet even more powerful, and its power can increase even more. Later, you can observe and comprehend it. Perhaps it will be of great use to you in the future." After he spoke, a spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron suddenly condensed in front of Xiahou Fenglei. The 5-colored spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron rippled with power, and its aura caused the blurred space to tremble. Then, the weapon venerable took out a lot of refining materials from his cosmos bag and threw them into the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron to refine them into boiling liquid. From time to time, he would explain to Du Xiaofu all kinds of knowledge about refining puppets. For example, when refining puppets with living people as the main material, the stronger the cultivation of the person being refined, the more powerful the puppet would be in the end. Refining puppets with living people as the main material also required a lot of supplementary materials. However, compared to refining other puppets, it was already the most efficient way to save materials. The effects of the refining were also extremely extraordinary. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be careless. He carefully memorized all kinds of knowledge about refining puppets. Although he always had the knowledge of his master, Du Xiaofu, in reality, didn't have much comprehension in the art of puppets. Du Xiaofu had already spent all his time on the comprehension of various profound meanings: the pulse spirit, the mysterious move, the secret soldier secrets, and the divine body secrets. He really didn't have much time to comprehend the art of puppets. However, Du Xiaofu definitely didn't underestimate the art of puppets. Puppets had a lot of status in this world, and the materials used to refine them were also very valuable. A puppet that could compete with a pulsating realm cultivator was very valuable. It was enough to bankrupt an ordinary family in a small city. And a puppet that could compete with a pulsating spiritual realm cultivator was even more valuable. It couldn't be exchanged for with a spiritual grade elixir. Puppets were special. They were absolutely loyal to their masters and would never betray them. Therefore, many families and forces liked to buy puppets to follow them around. However, these puppets were often priceless. Weapon talisman masters were rare in this world, and weapon talisman masters who could refine puppets were even rarer. It was not an easy task to buy a puppet. Some experts liked to buy puppets to follow them around. When they met a strong enemy, they would be the most loyal helpers. However, there weren't many puppets in this world. They were so rare that they were priceless. The more powerful the puppet was, the rarer it was. Although the price of those powerful puppets was terrifyingly high, it was still something that people couldn't ask for more. In just a dozen hours, the weapon revered had refined a large pile of refining materials. Du Xiaofu also gained a lot of knowledge about puppets. Now it's time for the second step. Refine the impurities in the human body and strengthen the body. If you integrate it with the divine body secrets, the effect will be even stronger. Venerable Weapon smiled and glanced at Yun Guang Venerable, who had been restrained, intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, Yun Guang Venerable seemed to have felt something. Fear grew in the depths of his heart, and his soul trembled. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. In the end, Yun Guang Venerable was thrown into the spiritual stove, symbol tripod, which was overflowing with flames by the weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei. Ah! A miserable wail was emitted from Yun Guang, Reverend's mouth. That miserable wail caused everyone who heard it to suck in a breath of cold air as their hair stood on end. On Yun Guang Venerable's body, his clothes were immediately burned clean. His skin exploded and his flesh was badly mutilated. After being burned by the flames, his white bones were exposed. However, all of this was controlled under a certain temperature. It only burned out the impurities in Yun Guang Venerable, but didn't completely destroy his vitality. It was just that the degree of misery was like living hell. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. However, everything was restricted. Yun Guang Venerable couldn't die even if he wanted to. That kind of misery went deep into his bones and soul, making people shudder. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu wasn't interested in Yun Guang Venerable's miserable howl, but in the flames inside his master's spiritual stove, symbol tripod. It was accompanied by a kind of flame-like thunder and lightning, which was extremely mysterious. Du Xiaofu could feel that the thunder and lightning wasn't the mystery of thunder and lightning, but a kind of living thunder, an extremely mysterious living thunder. The thunder and lightning seemed to have its own intelligence and formed its own life. What made Du Xiaofu even more shocked was that his thunder martial vein seemed to be extremely interested in the thunder and lightning on his master's body. It was restless, as if it wanted to rush out of his body. It felt like Du Xiaoyao had seen a spiritual medicine and a spiritual weapon. If he hadn't been suppressing it, Du Xiaofu felt that his thunder martial vein would have rushed out of his body and rushed towards the thunder and lightning on his master's body. This is your master's 3,000 repelling thunder, a kind of spiritual thunder. Seeing Du Xiaofu's interest and doubts, the Venerable Tool explained to Du Xiaofu, "What is spiritual thunder?" Du Xiaofu asked. He had heard about the 3,000 repelling thunder from the mysterious figure in the battle. Spiritual thunder is a kind of foreign object in this world. It's born between heaven and earth, and it's extremely difficult to catch. If you want to subdue it, it's even more difficult. The Venerable Tool said to Du Xiaofu, "The 3,000 repelling thunder in your master's body comes from heaven and earth, and it's born in the Tao of water and fire. It's a kind of spiritual thunder that I happened to encounter a volcanic eruption in a thunderstorm. Because it happened to be born, I was able to merge it into my soul. But even when it was born, your master had a narrow escape and finally succeeded by a fluke. Because of this, I got great benefits and countless wonderful uses. Even if you merge the 3,000 repelling thunder into a spiritual furnace and a talisman tripod, it'll be twice the result with half the effort in refining elixirs and puppets, and it can also improve the quality. There's such a foreign object in this world." Du Xiaofu was extremely surprised. Then his eyes moved and he asked his master, "Is there a lot of spiritual thunder in this world?" "Spiritual thunder is very rare. It's a kind of foreign object in this world." The Venerable Tool smiled and then said, "But although it's rare, the world is so vast that a certain amount of spiritual thunder has been born in countless years. I've heard that people in other prefectures have also gotten spiritual thunder. Even in the central prefecture, there's a powerhouse from the Immeasurable sect and a powerhouse from the Sky Snake sect. They all have a kind of spiritual thunder." Chapter 998. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and said to his master, "So the devil religion has been looking for master's primordial spirit for the 3,000 repelling thunders in Master's primordial spirit. Why does the devil religion need the spirit thunder? With the mysterious origin of the devil religion, if they only want the benefits of the spirit thunder, they wouldn't search for Master's primordial spirit for thousands of years. Thousands of years should be enough for them to find other spirit thunders. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the weapon master sighed and said, "Your analysis is correct. However, I'm afraid you need to go to the ancient heaven sect and ask about the devil religion's real purpose. I hope the ancient heaven sect has some information about the devil religion. Otherwise, we will always be in the light while the enemy is in the dark. This is not a good thing. I will go to the ancient heaven sect as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu nodded and said, Yun Guang Knight's miserable cries became weaker and weaker as the impurities in his body were constantly refined. Weapon Master Xiahou Fenglei was also using the divine body, art, to refine his body. His organs, bones, muscles, limbs, and bones were all refined repeatedly to make his body stronger. When Yun Guang Venerable's physical body was sufficiently pure, Weapon Venerable began the next step. He poured the boiling, refining material solution that had been refined onto Yun Guang Venerable's body. Yun Guang Venerable's blood-curdling screams, which had already stopped, rang out once again in a bone-chilling manner. The boiling solution covered Yun Guang Knight's body, which was covered with a cold metallic color. The weapon master's hand seals changed, and he used the secret soldier art to set up a protection charm array and attack beast energy ultimacy on Yun Guang Knight's body. Du Xiaofu was surprised by this scene. He was deeply immersed in comprehending and was afraid that he would miss this opportunity. The last step was for Weapon Master Xiahou Fenglei to refine Yun Guang Knight's primordial spirit and erase his memories. Then he would place a soul imprint of the controller to control it, turning it into a puppet. As for this step, it was also the most difficult step. It required extremely stringent requirements for the refiner's Yuan spirit strength, as well as talent. If he failed, all his previous efforts would be for naught. But at this time, the venerable weapon was refining. So everything was naturally very easy. From time to time, he would explain to Du Xiaofu the things to pay attention to. Boom! When everything was done, the cloud light, Venerable's metallic body inside the Venerable Equipment spiritual cauldron was covered by runes. He seemed to have regained his vitality. His aura was even more exuberant and cold. Hula 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 ha. In the surrounding space, the energy of heaven and earth gathered around his body, making his aura even stronger. At that very moment, Premier Cloudlight's aura was constantly rising. His fleshly body had long since been remodeled, removing all the impurities within it and tempering it over and over again. It was now even tougher than a Tao artifact. Rumble! As his terrifying aura rose, Premier Cloudlight's metallic body crackled. That was the sound of his limbs and bones resonating with the energy of heaven and earth, turning into a sonorous melody. The runes on his metallic body shone brightly. It was as if everything in his body was shaking and devouring energy. Even the cells and bones in the deepest part of his body were experiencing such an increase. That puppet's body is becoming stronger. Du Xiaofu was surprised. Premier Cloudlight's aura, which was originally a transcendent martial venerable, was rising continuously. His entire body was shining, just like a demon's body. When everything stopped, Premier Cloudlight's fleshly body was like a demon's body, but it gave off a sense of perfection. At that moment, Premier Cloudlight's body seemed to have come from the demon world, from the 9 underworlds. There was not a trace of impurities in his body. His body was covered in runes and dazzling runes. He had become extremely strong, but his eyes were empty and lost, as if he had lost his soul. The peak of transcendent martial venerable is, after all, just a puppet. It is difficult for him to enter the chaotic essence realm. He needs to comprehend it. The weapon venerable looked a little regretful, but then he smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, my disciple, the puppet has been completed. Place one of your soul imprints in the primordial spirit of this puppet, and it will be done. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands. A soul imprint began to be placed in the puppet's mind. It would take some time to place a soul imprint, but it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu at that moment. As Du Xiaofu's final hand seal was condensed, the soul imprint was successfully set up. The puppet's soulless and confused eyes began to emit a faintly discernible vitality, as if it had a life of its own and was no longer a simple, dead object. "Master." The puppet opened its mouth and looked at Du Xiaofu respectfully. Its voice was emotionless and fierce, and there was only absolute loyalty. Du Xiaofu looked at the puppet in front of him. As the soul imprint was placed, it seemed that he had an invisible and direct connection with the puppet. He could control this terrifying puppet. "Punch me with half of your strength," Du Xiaofu said to the puppet. At the same time, he secretly controlled the puppet with his mind. He wanted to test the puppet's strength. Boom! Without hesitation, the puppet attacked fiercely. Its fist was wrapped in runes, as if it wanted to shatter the space. It suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu's chest. Bang! As the puppet's fist landed, Du Xiaofu's body flew backwards within this misty space. Finally, he smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. He was hit until his head was dizzy and his face was pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. "Xiaofu, are you okay?" Weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei put away his spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. Looking at his disciple, he could only sigh. How could he test a puppet like that? However, the weapon revered was secretly shocked by Du Xiaofu's physical strength. Just now, with half of the puppet's strength, even a mysterious martial saint would be blasted into a bloody mist, or at least be crippled. However, Du Xiaofu didn't seem to be affected. This kind of defense was simply abnormal. It was even more terrifying than the puppets. How could one cultivate such an abnormal physical body? "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu got up. His face was pale, but he looked very happy. With such a terrifying puppet, Du Xiaofu was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of extraordinary martial revered realm experts in the future. Even if he encountered a nirvana martial revered realm expert, he was afraid that the puppet's defensive strength could delay him. "It's good that you're fine. Although your physical body is strong, you have to be careful. You can't try everything." Weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei could only helplessly warn his beloved disciple. "In the future, I'll call you Yun Jian." Du Xiaofu said happily to the puppet. At present, the puppet was his strongest trump card. Puppets, weapons, etc. are all external forces. If you want to become a true expert, you have to rely on yourself. Only when you're strong can you be a true expert. Weapon revered said to Du Xiaofu seriously. Disciple understands. Thank you for your warning, master. Du Xiaofu bowed. Du Xiaofu had always understood what his master weapon revered had said. Whether it was a powerful weapon, a puppet, or a backer, all of them were external forces. Only when one was strong could they be considered truly strong. True strength was reflected in one's own body. There was no end to being an expert. In the desolate ancient space, Weapon Revered spent more than 10 days refining the peak extraordinary martial revered level puppet. Kuang Zun and Yu Xianzi had also recovered from their injuries in the desolate ancient space. In the end, they were also sent into the purple lightning profound cauldron by Du Xiaofu to receive the divine thunder body tempering. After packing up, Du Xiaofu and Weapon Revered left the desolate ancient space to check on the situation in the divine pivot hall. At this time, there were no experts in Dubhe Hall. Even Lin Weiqi and some other extraordinary juniors and experts in Dubhe Hall had followed Venerable Pill and Venerable Qian Xing into the purple lightning profound cauldron to receive divine thunder body tempering. Purple Sky Venerable and 9 Lives Venerable GMO also had to help patrol the various halls and arrange to eliminate some forces that were against the divine light court. Therefore, they were not in the divine pivot hall. After Weapon Revered and Du Xiaofu left the desolate ancient space, they received news that Granny Silverflower, who claimed to be from the Dark Forest, had asked to see Weapon Revered and young master. Granny Silverflower. Du Xiaofu was surprised. She was an expert who had been guarding the Dark Forest and had helped him several times. Back then, he had obtained the purple gold Heavenly Palace because of an opportunity given by Granny Silverflower. In the main hall, Granny Silverflower came in with a young boy. Granny Silverflower had a head full of white hair and seemed to be staggering, but she was an expert at the peak of the martial royal realm. "Greetings, master." When Granny Silverflower saw Weapon Revered, she seemed to recognize him at a glance and bowed respectfully. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, Du Xiaofu was suddenly surprised and looked at his master Weapon Revered in surprise. He could not understand what was going on. "You are her disciple, right? Get up. There's no need to be so polite. After so many years, she must have died." Weapon Revered signaled Granny Silverflower to get up and sighed. There was even a touch of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Later, Du Xiaofu learned from his master Weapon Revered that when his primordial spirit of his master Weapon Revered fled to the Dark Forest, there was a loyal registered female disciple who followed him. She was a dual cultivator of martial arts and talisman Taoism. Although she was only a registered disciple, she could be considered as a senior sister. As a precaution, after Weapon Revered arranged everything, he asked the female disciple to guard the Dark Forest and look for a suitable, fated person. As time passed, hundreds of years later, before the female disciple's oil lamp ran dry, she took in another disciple and continued to guard everything in the Dark Forest. She also continued to look for a suitable, fated person at a suitable time. The little boy next to Granny Silverflower was now 16 or 17 years old. He looked innocent and ethereal, and he was smiling at Du Xiaofu. He still remembered Du Xiaofu and the beautiful sister he had met in the Dark City. This child has a good foundation." Suddenly, Weapon Revered looked at the little boy. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had found a piece of unpolished jade. "Grandmaster, I picked him up. He has no parents since he was young, and is very pitiful. However, his heart is pure, and he has some talent. Over the years, I have secretly laid a good foundation for him, but I am afraid that I can't train him, so I haven't taught him much," Granny Silverflower said to Weapon Revered. Weapon Revered smiled and said, "This child's talent is good, but he is not suitable for me. He should be more suitable for fifth brother." 3 days later, Alchemy Master, Venerable Qianxing, Kuangzun, Yuxianzi, and Lin Weiqi all came out of the Purple Thunder profound cauldron and the ancient desolate space. Everyone was very excited, and their strength had greatly increased. Lin Weiqi and many others' cultivations had easily improved, and their martial veins and spiritual roots had improved a lot. However, for Kuangzun, Yuxianzi, and the others, it was difficult for them to improve their strength by relying on the divine thunder refining body. Chapter 999. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone from the horizon. Hundreds of figures soared into the sky and left on a gigantic black tiger. Whoosh, whoosh. In the calm sky, a golden black ray of light swept over from afar. Then it brought along a wave of clouds and waves in the sky, leaving behind a long trail. Finally, it quietly disappeared above the firmament. "Xiaofu, we have something to discuss with you. It's about the Dark Nether Sect." Du Xiaoman came to Du Xiaofu's side on the little tiger's back. The aura emitting from her sexy body was completely different from before. Behind Du Xiaoman, the general of Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Sun Ji, Zhonglu, Wu Kei, and the others all stood and looked at Du Xiaofu. Dark Nether Sect. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes turned cold. How could he forget about the blood feud with Tianwu Academy? Back then, it was the Dark Nether Sect that massacred Tianwu Academy. It was a blood debt. In the end, he heard that it was the expert's Chi Yeshi brought that scared away Blood Demon and the old man of the Dark Nether Sect. We found out that the Dark Nether Sect's base is not far from Spirit Realm. This time, we want to make a trip to the Dark Nether Sect's base. It's time to repay the blood debt of Tianwu Academy. The generals said to Du Xiaofu. They didn't want to wait any longer to repay the Academy's blood debt. Now that they had grown stronger, they wouldn't be any weaker than the Dark Nether Sect. The blood debt had to be repaid. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. It's time to tell the world that Tianwu Academy still exists. Du Xiaofu said softly. Coldness surged in his clear eyes. The Dark Cliff mountain range was a famous mountain range in the central province. The Dark Nether Sect was stationed here. The Dark Nether Sect was only a third-rate force in the central province. There were many such forces in the central province. Sometimes these third-rate forces would appear today and be destroyed the next day. This wasn't a rare occurrence in the central province. However, the Dark Nether Sect had existed for a long time and was slowly expanding. Rumor had it that many second-rate forces that wanted to take over the Dark Nether Sect were annihilated in the end. Due to this, not many people dared to stand in the way of the Dark Nether Sect. Walala! At dusk, above the peaceful Ming Tua mountain range, a storm came whistling. Then it appeared above the Ming Tua mountain range at lightning speed. It was a terrifying, huge black tiger. Who dares to trespass into my Dark Nether Sect? Within the mountain range, a dozen figures rushed out, their auras cold and sharp. However, the figures that had just rushed out felt the frightening and ferocious aura of the huge black tiger that occupied the sky. They immediately trembled in fear, and their bodies almost fell from the sky. Chi la la! The giant black tiger flapped its wings and turned into a storm. More than 10 figures were destroyed in mid-air, turning into a bloody mist. Not good. Someone is invading. Quickly activate the sect protecting formation. Within the mountain range, countless figures rushed out of the large buildings in a panic, covering the sky and covering the earth. Someone shouted. Then, with a rumbling sound, a powerful talisman array was activated and set up in the sky. Chila! On top of the huge black tiger, a purple-clad young man waved his hand. A dazzling talisman appeared in his palm and landed on the talisman array at lightning speed. Chi-la-la! The powerful talisman array disappeared with a strange sound as the talisman energy landed on it. It turned into broken talismans and exploded in the sky above the Ming Tua mountain range. Thousands of Dark Nether Sect's disciples appeared in mid-air and on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at the huge black tiger in the sky. Who dares to invade my Dark Nether Sect? As the cold voice rang out, a scarlet aura appeared in the surroundings. It was as though a sea of blood was spreading out. An extremely evil and bloody aura descended. It made people feel as though the blood in their bodies was boiling. It was as though something terrifying was about to suck away the boiling blood in their bodies. He's actually just become a martial venerable. When Du Xiaofu sensed the evil and bloody aura, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Third young master, leave this person to me and Phantom. He'll be of great help to us. The Bloodvine demon looked at the aura in the sky that resembled a sea of blood. It licked its lips with greed in its eyes. I'll deal with this person personally, Du Xiaofu said. His clear eyes glowed with a golden light. Who dares trespass into my Dark Nether Sect? More than 10 figures flew out from the sea of blood. There were 3 martial monarchs and 10 martial kings. The one in the lead was a cold old man. His aura was the strongest. He was a martial monarch at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Old man Yin Ming, the general Du Xiaoman, Gu Xinyan Liu Xiao, and the others held their talisman tools and Dao tools tightly. Their eyes were red and filled with killing intent. The cold old man was the old man Yinming who had started a massacre in Tianwu Academy back then. Kill. The general, Du Xiao man, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Liu Xiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and the other Tianwu Academy disciples did not waste any time. They immediately flew out from the little tiger's back. Waves of terrifying killing intent swept across the sky. Wash Ming Tua Mountain with blood, Du Xiaofu said coldly as he looked at the sea of blood in the sky. TSK, TSK, there's more nourishment. Shou Sha, Bloodvine Demon, Hun Xie, Phantom, and the others flew out at lightning speed. Their speed was much faster than the general and the others. Don't leave a single one alive. Eagle King, Gong Dao, Solitary Sword King, and the Mysterious Dragon King were not merciful. They did not stay idle either. They laughed and charged out. Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Yin Hu, Shi Tu, Duo Sha, and the other heavenly generals flew out. Their killing intent shrouded the entire mountain range. Oh no, why are there so many martial monarchs? They're from Tianwu Academy. There are martial monarchs as well. Run. Quick. In just a short moment, screams of agony, fear, and shock converged together. Deep sonic booms echoed throughout the mountain range. How could the dark nether sect's disciples be a match for this group of terrifying people? It was as if tigers and wolves had charged into a flock of sheep. They could not even put up a fight. In just a short moment, blood flowed like a river in the dark nether sect. It was a tragic sight, regardless of whether it was the Tianwu Academy's disciples or the World Society's disciples. None of them showed any mercy. The sea of blood spread out from above. A pair of blood-red eyes could be seen in the sea of blood. They were like red stars that were looking down at the world. It was extremely terrifying. The sea of blood rippled. However, it seemed to have sensed something. Fear appeared in the blood-red eyes, and it began to retreat. You want to run? It's too late. Du Xiaofu made his move. His figure soared into the sky as golden light spread out. A golden energy swept across the sky and turned into a golden claw print that seemed to be tearing the space apart. The golden claw print caused the entire mountain range to freeze in an instant. Then it collided with the sea of blood. Walala! When the golden claw print landed, the sea of blood was immediately torn apart. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A large area of space could be seen cracking and shattering. Uft! In the sea of blood, a blood-red figure fell from midair with a bloody mist. He fell heavily from midair. Uft! Subsequently, the blood-red figure quickly got up and soared into the sky. The first thing he wanted to do was to escape. Uft! A purple-robed figure appeared and blocked the blood-red figure's path like a ghost. He threw a punch that exploded with golden light and sent the blood-red figure crashing down again. Rumble! The blood-red figure charged into the mountain peak and destroyed the peak. The surrounding rocks exploded and the mountain cracked. Blood spurted out of his mouth continuously. The blood-red figure was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a slender figure and could be considered handsome. He wore a blood-red robe, and a red glow could be seen deep in his eyes. However, at this moment his aura was weak, and fear could be seen in his eyes. The burly man struggled to get up, but he could no longer get up. His opponent's punch had severely injured him to the point where he could no longer escape. He was the only one who knew how powerful that punch was. He was Shui Yao, the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. He had always been ranked first on the bounty list in Tianwu Academy in the Dark Forest. Back then, he was also one of the disciples of Tianwu Academy. However, he killed many teachers in Tianwu Academy and plundered an evil cultivation technique. He even stole the treasures of Tianwu Academy. After being hunted down by Tianwu Academy, he killed many of Tianwu Academy's disciples before disappearing. In the end, he established the Dark Nether Sect and became a formidable figure. Uft! The purple-robed figure descended, and Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the blood demon. "You're the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Don't kill me. Don't." The blood demon looked at Du Xiaofu. The divine light court had suffered heavy losses, and the demon king, Du Xiaofu, came from Tianwu Academy and was the young hall master of the 7-star hall. This was no longer a secret. For the past few days, he had been worried that even the divine light court wouldn't be his backing. The blood demon wanted to escape and find another backing. But before he could do so, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, came knocking on his door. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. You won't be able to escape from Tianwu Academy's debt of blood. Du Xiaofu's cold voice resounded as killing intent surged in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to destroy the blood demon's soul. "Don't kill me. I'll exchange my life for a piece of information. It's a huge piece of information related to Tianwu Academy." The blood demon begged for help. He didn't want to die. He wanted to save his life by exchanging a huge piece of information. "Speak." Du Xiaofu's palm stopped before the blood demon's forehead. His golden eyes looked down at the blood demon, emitting an immense pressure and chilling intent. The blood demon trembled as he looked at the golden eyes. The young man from back then had grown to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. Even though he hadn't broken through to the martial saint realm, he was able to make the primordial spirit of a true martial saint tremble. "You have to promise me that I'll tell you this huge piece of information related to Tianwu Academy. You have to spare my life. Otherwise, I'll die anyway. Why should I tell you this piece of information?" The blood demon was fearful, but he knew that this piece of information was the only thing that could save his life. This was his last hope. But at this moment, the blood demon regretted not killing this young man in Tianwu Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to face this calamity today. Chapter 1000. Translator. H2DH2 Mister. All right, if this information is worth your life, I can spare your life, Du Xiaofu said coldly. "I was only following orders to destroy Tianwu Academy. Everything was done by the Divine Radiance Court. The mastermind was the Divine Radiance Court. They wanted to find the precious treasure in Tianwu Academy, so they wanted to destroy the academy." The blood demon did not hold back at all. This was the only information he could exchange for his life. He hoped that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, would seek revenge from the Divine Radiance Court and let him go. He was only following orders. Divine Radiance Court. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. He did not expect Tianwu Academy to have such a relationship with the Divine Radiance Court. Everything was done by the Divine Radiance Court. "If you dare to lie to me, I will make you beg for death." Du Xiaofu stared coldly at the blood demon. He would not believe the blood demon's words so easily. "My life is in your hands now, so why would I lie to you?" The Divine Radiance Court wanted to destroy Tianwu Academy because they wanted to obtain a precious treasure. However, they did not manage to find it in the end. The blood demon looked at Du Xiaofu and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He secretly scanned his surroundings. At this moment, miserable cries could be heard from the dark nether sect. The 100 over martial emperors were terrifying. Any one of them was enough to shock him. This was especially so when he saw the ferocious killing intent of the younger generation. Even someone as vicious as the blood demon could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. They are looking for Tianwu Academy's precious treasure? Could it be the desolate ancient space? Du Xiaofu frowned. The desolate ancient space should be the only precious treasure in Tianwu Academy. Back when Tianwu Academy was annihilated, Du Xiaofu still remembered that a figure covered in lightning had appeared and entered the desolate ancient space that was still at the Tianwu Talisman realm. Later on, it was severely injured by the soul seed in the desolate ancient space and had to leave. At this moment, Du Xiaofu pondered. Perhaps the Divine Light Court was also looking for the desolate ancient space. The devil religion and the Divine Light Court had already colluded for everything. That lightning figure also seemed to be someone from the devil religion. No matter what, the true culprit behind the destruction of Tianwu Academy was the Divine Radiance Court. Du Xiaofu was certain of this. If the mastermind was not the Divine Light Court, there was no need for the Blood Demon to involve the Divine Light Court. What is the Divine Radiance Court looking for in Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu asked Blood Demon. The Blood Demon shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu, I don't know much about it. It said that it's a token of some sort. That item is very important and can make the Divine Light Court rise in power and obtain great benefits. However, I'm sure that the Divine Light Court didn't get that item in the end. Isn't this the desolate ancient space? Du Xiaofu was a little confused. Can you let me go now? I've already told you everything I know. I hope you can keep your promise. The Blood Demon looked at Du Xiaofu. He didn't hide anything from him. At this moment, his life was still in the hands of the other party. I said that I won't kill you. I'll keep my promise, Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. All right, we'll meet again. Joy flashed across the Blood Demon's eyes. He struggled to stand up, stuffed a few elixirs into his mouth, and flew into the sky. The Blood Demon didn't dare to stay. He was afraid that the Demon King would suddenly change his mind. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Just as the Blood Demon's figure flew into the sky, a blood-colored waterfall landed on his body. A terrifying blood aura filled the sky, and the Blood Demon's body fell from the sky once again. Swish, 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 swish! The blood-black energy filled the sky and froze the space. A terrifying aura was released into the sky. Numerous runic tree vines pierced through the air and pierced through the Blood Demon's heavily injured and withered body, binding him in mid-air. The Blood Demon turned his head, and his eyes narrowed in despair. He saw countless strange tree vines wrapped around him tightly. The strange tree vines pierced through his body and devoured his vitality and blood. He was powerless to struggle, and he couldn't even self-detonate his god watchtower. You lied to me. You didn't keep your promise. The Blood Demon looked at the purple-robed young man not far away from the mountain peak with resentment in his eyes. Third young master didn't kill you. We're the ones who killed you. The Phantom's figure appeared. Her delicate red lips parted slightly, and a powerful suction force spread out, devouring the Blood Demon's blood and vitality. The nourishment of a martial venerable was extremely beneficial to them. Du Xiaofu watched the Blood Demon turn into a bloody mist indifferently. He didn't feel too happy about taking revenge for Tianwu Academy. The Vice Dean and many elders couldn't come back to life. The Divine Radiance Court was the true mastermind behind all this. The massacre in the Dark Nether Sect didn't take long before it ended. Not many disciples of the Dark Nether Sect were able to escape. Blood dyed the mountains red, and rivers of blood flowed. The miserable cries gradually died down. The Dark Nether Sect has been destroyed. The Blood Demon has been killed. I know that person. He's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's the one who destroyed the Dark Nether Sect. That group of people is too terrifying. We can't afford to offend them. The commotion in the surroundings attracted many people's attention. They gathered to watch from afar. The killing intent covered the sun. Dazzling runes and energy beams covered the sky. It was extremely shocking. The surroundings shook, and all the spectators trembled. The bright moon hung in the night sky. The murderous aura in the Dark Nether Sect did not dissipate. The Phantom, Bloodvines, Beast Killers, and Hunsia were absorbing the murderous aura and remnant souls to strengthen themselves. This kind of massacre was the best opportunity for them to strengthen themselves. Every time they killed, the four of them would obtain great benefits. Under the moonlight, Jiangchen bathed in the light. His purple robes fluttered, and the outline of his face was alluring. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I'm leaving. We'll meet again. You're welcome to stay. Du Xiaofu looked at Jiangchen. After spending some time together, He knew that Jiangqin wasn't the kind of person who would bring disaster to the world. With Jiangqin's strength, if he could stay in the world society and the desolate nation, that was something that Du Xiaofu desired. All good things must come to an end. You and I don't fit in. If there's a chance in the future, we'll naturally meet again. Jiangqin smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flew into the air and gradually disappeared into the moonlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several figures flew up the mountain. They were Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger. The dark nether sex harvest is considerable. Du Yunlong handed Du Xiaofu several universe bags. They were the universe bags, spirit tools, talisman weapons, and spirit herbs they'd collected. However, Du Xiaoyao had eaten most of them. Ordinary items didn't even catch Du Xiaoyao's eye. Keep them to develop the desolate nation. Du Xiaofu smiled. He didn't lack anything. The desolate nation was developing and needed resources. The next day, hundreds of figures stood on the mountain peak. Big sister, second brother, Eagle King, be careful when you return. I'll return to the desolate nation after I'm done with my business. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the others who were returning to the desolate nation. Don't worry. You have to be careful of the devil religion and the Great Will sect. You have to be careful. Du Yunlong was worried about Du Xiaofu. I'll be careful. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then he said to Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Stone Silver Fox General in Gusinyan, you have to be careful too. I'll leave the desolate nation and Tianwu Academy to you. We'll wait for the day when we destroy the divine light court. Jiangqin nodded. His aura suppressed the mountains and rivers. He thought that destroying the dark nether sect would be avenging the Tianwu Academy. Now he knew that the dark nether sect was just following orders. The divine light court was the real culprit. He couldn't let them go. I believe it won't take long. Du Xiaofu nodded. With everyone's talent, it wouldn't take long for them to grow into a force that could shock the Central Plains. Swoosh, swoosh, everyone soared into the sky and left. Only Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang, and Phantom were left on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu arranged for Shou, Sha, Soul Evil, and Blood Fiend Vine to follow big sister Du Xiaoman and the others back to the desolate nation. The situation around the desolate nation was still unstable. You should return to the desolate nation. It's dangerous to follow me. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu watched everyone leave. Then he looked at the beautiful woman beside him and smiled bitterly. If you go to the ancient heaven sect, can I go as well? If you don't want me to go with you, then I won't go. Oh, Yang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu. Her red lips were tender. But at this moment, there was no smile that could overturn a country. It was only lightly embellished on that peerlessly beautiful face that showed not the slightest bit of emotion. That temperament was undoubtedly telling people to stay away. That's not what I meant. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He didn't know how he had offended this tomboy. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Du Xiaofu had a feeling that this tomboy was becoming more and more like a woman. What are you looking at? Feeling Du Xiaofu's gaze, Ouyang Shuang glared at him. Then she completely ignored Du Xiaofu, as if she didn't know Du Xiaofu at all. She turned around and walked away gracefully. Big brother, big sister Shuang is worried about you. Du Xiaoqing smiled faintly. Her gaze was ethereal. Under that slightly youthful temperament, it could not hide the potential to bring disaster to the country and its people. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Looking at Ouyang Shuang's back, how could he not feel it in his heart? Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His pale golden eyes looked ahead, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Mei Ling lazily leaned against a rock, her red dress trailing on the ground. Although she was not more beautiful than Ouyang Shuang, she had a bewitching charm that ordinary people could not compare to. Little Tiger, let's go to the ancient heaven sect first. Du Xiaofu stretched. He had to go back to the ancient heaven sect first. It had been a few years since he left the ancient heaven sect. Roar, little tiger, transformed into its original form and flew away with everyone. Chapter 1001. That was another space with the sun, moon, and stars, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was like another world. There were many of them, and they were very strong. Every one of them was terrifyingly talented. There were also many ancient monsters, some of whose bloodlines were not much weaker than mine. On the little tiger's back, Du Xiaoqing recounted what had happened after they had entered that space from the long river of the central province. Back then, she, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger had entered a strange space and then appeared in a foreign world. There were many terrifyingly strong cultivators, as well as many spiritual birds and ancient beasts. At the mention of everything that had happened in that world, the little tiger, who was spreading its wings and flying, sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, when it had entered, it had suffered a lot and was trampled on very badly. It was only later that it was able to blend in and even gained great benefits. That space is very mysterious, like a space created by a large hidden clan. Du Xiaoyao's pale golden eyes rippled with radiance. Everything within this space caused her to feel fear. What kind of place is that? There seemed to be many secrets hidden in this world. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. He had learned everything about that space from Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao, and with the clan that his mother belonged to, it seemed that there were more secrets hidden in this world than he had imagined. I heard Sister Xiao Luo say that they seem to have some restrictions and can't easily come out of the outside world. Du Xiaoqing stood with her ethereal eyes and continued to say to Du Xiaofu, "The people in there all cultivate their own crops, even Sister Xiao Luo." "Who is Sister Xiao Luo?" Du Xiaofu asked. This was not the first time he had heard this from Du Xiaoqing. "Sister Xiao Luo is their goddess. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to their place to play. But Sister Xiao Luo said that we can't bring outsiders in. That space entrance can only be entered during special times," Du Xiaoqing said with a pout. "We'll talk about it when there's a chance in the future." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The people there did not like outsiders, and their strength was incomparably tyrannical. He was afraid that it would be better if he did not go there. Moments later, Du Xiaofu summoned the ancient desolate space and placed it on the phantom. He then brought Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, and the others into the ancient desolate space to comprehend. Even with the little tiger's speed, it would still take several days to reach the ancient heaven sect. In the ancient desolate space, he could stay there for several months. Du Xiaofu naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. This was the time when he needed time to comprehend. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a golden light after a while. He was immersed in comprehension. The mysterious move, the pulse spirit, the golden-winged rock technique, the overbearing sword way, the symbol array, and so on all required time to comprehend. Translator, Transin editor, Transin in the divine Thunder Mountain Range. The sealed ancient land had always been turbulent. Some people had no choice but to leave, while others continued to join. The flow was endless, and the cycle was endless. Countless corpses were left in the sealed ancient land. However, not many people were lucky enough to obtain any benefits. Some people were searching for the divine Thunder Cauldron, but they could not find it. Many people from the entire Central Plains entered the sealed ancient land. They came and went batch after batch. Many hidden experts also secretly appeared and then quietly left. Recently, many major events had happened in the Central Plains, and the news had spread everywhere. Many experts from the Stone Dragon Empire, the Great Lewin Sect, and the Divine Light Court had been killed. The Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion had joined forces and appeared in the Divine Pivot Hall of the Spirit Domain. The revered equipment had appeared, and the Hall Master of the Alioth Hall, 9 Lives Venerable GMO, had broken through to the martial domain realm. In the end, the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the invaders had been wiped out. Not long after, the Dark Nether Sect had been massacred. The Blood Demon had died tragically. Rumor had it that the Tianwu Academy had done it. Many people had discovered that these major events were related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They were all related to Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared in the familiar ancient Heaven Sect. Martial Uncle Du is back! Martial Uncle Du! Martial Uncle Du! Seeing the familiar purple-robed young man return, the ancient Heaven Sect was in an uproar. Many disciples gathered around and crowded around him. Back then, in the space-time talisman array, the purple-robed young man had fought against 10 supreme geniuses. How shocking and domineering. All the disciples of the ancient Heaven Sect were proud of him. The World Society disciples of the ancient Heaven Sect had also heard the news and came over to greet him respectfully. Everyone, please rise. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect so many people to gather around him. I didn't expect you to be so popular in the ancient Heaven Sect. Oh, Yang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu. Of course, I have a good character. Du Xiaofu nodded without hesitation. Shameless. Du Xiaoyao could not bear to listen anymore. She rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and landed on Yang Shuang's shoulder. After much difficulty, Du Xiaofu let Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Phantom go to his nest in the ancient Heaven Sect first. The first thing he did was to go to Tianmu Peak to see his master. On Tianmu Peak, Elder Gu Qingyang had a leisurely look on his face. He was personally guiding his 2 grand disciples, Du Shuai and Du Yu, in their cultivation. When he saw Du Xiaofu, a smile appeared on his face. Yu Wanli had a helpless look on his face. Only when he saw his junior brother return did he reveal a smile. Only the heavens knew what kind of medicine his master had taken recently. He had to drag his 2 treasured disciples to cultivate all day long. However, because of Du Shuai and Du Yu's hard work, his days on Tianmu Peak were much better. You're back. Quick, let master take a look. Elder Gu Qingyang pulled Du Xiaofu aside and carefully sized him up. At the same time he muttered, I heard that the Divine Light Court went to the Sky Pivot Hall. Fortunately, you're fine. Brother Xiaofu, Du Shuai and Du Yu bowed and happily surrounded him. At this moment, the 2 of them had awakened their lightning martial veins. Their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even among their peers in the ancient Heaven Sect, they were top-notch existences. To Elder Gu Qingyang, his beloved disciple was already famous in the central continent. She had suppressed everyone and was a supreme genius. His 2 grand disciples were also incomparably powerful. They had defeated their peers in the Manchu. This made Elder Gu Qingyang's mood better and better. When he had nothing to do, he would go and attack Husanquin and the other elders. As a result, Husanquin and the others could only helplessly hide. When the master and disciples met, they would inevitably chat. After a while, in a small hall on Tianmu Peak, Du Xiaofu asked his master, Gu Qingyang, about the devil religion. This devil religion is very mysterious. I don't know much about it. I only know that it has existed for a long time. Even our ancient Heaven Sect is secretly investigating it. Gu Qingyang frowned slightly. Master doesn't know either. Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He thought that his master would know some of the origins of the devil religion. He didn't expect that even his master didn't know. It was enough to show that the origin of the devil religion was extremely mysterious and well hidden. Perhaps you can ask your senior brother. He should know more than me. Gu Qingyang said. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. This was the only way. Then he smiled mysteriously at his master and asked, Master, have you ever entered the sealed ancient land? Of course I have. I have also obtained the divine lightning body refinement. Elder Gu Qingyang chuckled with pride. Among his peers, he was definitely one of the top 10 in the entire Central State. Is that so? Then I can only let third senior brother, Du Shui, and do you go in? Du Xiaofu had already guessed that his master must have obtained the divine lightning body refinement. He could feel traces of it from his master's aura. Then he smiled mysteriously. He didn't want to hide the matter of the divine lightning cauldron from his master. He took out the divine lightning cauldron and wanted to let Du Shui, Du and third senior brother Yuan Li in to receive the divine lightning body refinement. However, when they saw the divine lightning cauldron in Du Xiaofu's hand, Elder Gu Qingyang and Yuan Li were stunned. Then their pupils shrank and their breathing quickened. Ha 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 ha. After a long time, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. His laughter reverberated throughout Tianmu Peak, causing many hidden auras to peek over. Du Xiaofu was so frightened that he immediately put away the purple lightning cauldron to prevent the news from leaking out. We're going to be rich. We're going to be rich. Gu Qingyang also realized that he was too excited and immediately stopped laughing. However, he couldn't help but dance with excitement. On his rosy face, it could be said that he was smiling like a flower. Chapter 1002. After a while, Du Xiaofu let Du Shui, Du and Yuan Li into the purple thunder profound cauldron. Then Du Xiaofu went to the main palace, wanting to ask the sect master about the devil religion. Before leaving Tianmu Peak, Gu Qingyang specially warned Du Xiaofu not to leak the news of the divine thunder cauldron. Now, the people of the 9 forces were searching everywhere for the divine thunder cauldron. Thinking about how the divine thunder cauldron was in the hands of his precious disciple and how the 8 forces were still searching everywhere, Gu Qingyang felt even better. In a small courtyard behind the main peak of the ancient sky sect, Du Xiaofu didn't see Sima taxing, but he saw Sima Muhan. Your father isn't in the ancient sky sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened as he asked Sima Muhan. He just found out that the sect master wasn't in the ancient sky sect. My father left last night, so Grandmaster Qingyang doesn't know. Sima Muhan nodded and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. You came back to find my father. I came to find your father to ask some things. Du Xiaofu asked helplessly. Do you know when your father will come back? I don't know. Sima Muhan shook her head, then glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, But my father seems to have said that he will be back soon. You can wait in the ancient sky sect. That's the only way. Du Xiaofu nodded. That was the only thing he could do. I'm going to the golden space tomorrow to comprehend the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Do you want to come? Sima Muhan pouted slightly, her delicate red lips tempting people to kiss. Her light purple eyes rippled as she said, The place to comprehend the Bright Saint Sword Manual is not a place that ordinary people can go. Among the disciples of the Manchu who are qualified to go there, no more than 5 people in a generation. Bright Saint Sword Manual! Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. The Bright Saint Sword art was slightly different from ordinary sword arts and martial arts. It was comprehended by a powerful martial artist of the ancient heaven sect in his lifetime. It was vast, mysterious, and complicated. Although he had already comprehended the Bright Saint Sword Manual and had made some progress, Du Xiaofu still felt that there was something special about the Bright Saint Sword Manual, as if it was somehow related to him. Yes, of course. Du Xiaofu immediately nodded his head. This was a place that ordinary people could not go. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity. Du Xiaofu then left, intending to take a look at the World Pavilion. Idiot! Looking at Du Xiaofu's departing figure, Sima Muhan's light purple eyes revealed a faint smile as he pursed his lips into a smile. The World Pavilion, with the support of the Ancient Heaven Sect, had become the most prosperous trading company in the Ancient Heaven Sect, leaving the other trading companies far behind. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the World Pavilion, the business inside was booming, causing quite a commotion. Mo Wen, Qiao Yingmeng, Judge Hao Gezong, and the others all came to the World Pavilion to wait for their president's return. "Greetings, President." Guzong, Mo Win, Chiao Ingmeng, and the others bowed. Looking at the purple-robed youth before them, they were happy for their choice. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at the crowd, only to find that Gu Zhangyu was not among them. "Boss, you're looking for Gu Zhangyu, right? That guy has been in seclusion, fiddling with puppets. I just went to find him. He should be here soon," Judge Hao said to Du Xiaofu. "President, you're back? Where is President?" As soon as Judge Hao finished speaking, Gu Zhangyu's voice rang out. Then, his figure rushed up to the second floor of the World Pavilion. His face was covered in dirt, and he immediately bowed when he saw Du Xiaofu. At that moment, Gu Zhangyu was no longer the same as before in the ancient heaven sect. His status was extraordinary, and his attainments in the art of puppetry had shocked even some of the elders in the ancient heaven sect. Because of that, his status in the ancient heaven sect was different from before. However, he would never teach the art of puppetry to outsiders. So many of the elders in the ancient heaven sect could do nothing to him. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Gu Zhangyu's dirty appearance, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. "Hee, I just failed to refine a puppet." Gu Zhangyu smiled embarrassedly, but his eyes flickered with intelligence. Since they were going to stay in the ancient heaven sect for a few days, Du Xiaofu asked Mo Wen, Chiao Ingmeng, Mu Jejia, Judge Hao, and the others to head to the Heaven Eye mountain range the next morning. He had some matters to arrange in his lair, but he asked them not to leak the news. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not hesitate and nodded. Then, Du Xiaofu understood the current situation of the World Pavilion and was shocked. Only then did Du Xiaofu know how prosperous the World Pavilion's business had become in the past few years. Even the Ancient Heavens sect sometimes had to cooperate with the World Pavilion. This was especially true for the profound origin pills and berserk pills that were sold outside. They had brought a shocking amount of wealth to the World Pavilion. It was no exaggeration to say that the wealth accumulated by the World Pavilion had shocked even Du Xiaofu. The development of the World Pavilion was much better than what Du Xiaofu had imagined. Of course, Du Xiaofu also knew that all of this had a huge effect on the Ancient Heaven Sect's platform. With such a huge platform like the Ancient Heaven Sect, the World Pavilion could reach such a level in such a short time. When Du Xiaofu returned to his courtyard, it was already dusk. Everything around the courtyard was very familiar. Du Xiaofu also felt emotional. The Ancient Heaven Sect could be considered his third home. In the Ancient Heaven Sect, there was the love of his master, the care of his senior brothers, Sima Muhan, Judge Hao, Mo Wen, Chiao Ingmeng, Wild Bull, Imachin, and the others. As long as he was here, Du Xiaofu felt warmth in his heart. At night, just as Du Xiaofu was about to enter the ancient desolate space to comprehend, Imachin, Sima Muhan, Yunling, Jiaoming, Siruofing, and the others came. Even Ruo Shuihan was among them. "How's the wine?" Yin Machin looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. He put down many low-tiered demonic beasts and wild beasts. Then he said to Yunling, Siruofing, Ruo Shuihan, and Sima Muhan behind him, "His strongest point isn't his strength, but his ability to roast meat." Roast meat. At the mention of roast meat, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After a while, the aroma of roast meat filled the air on the mountain peak. The roast meat was roasted by a roaring fire. Du Xiaofu always carried spices with him. This group of people was brightly lit on the mountain. Naturally, no one in the Manchu dared to interfere. Ordinary elders would automatically retreat. The aroma of roast meat filled the air, and a sizzling sound echoed. It made people drool. Less than an hour later, the aroma of roast meat and wine filled the air. As soon as Du Xiaofu announced the start of the meal, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Yunling, and Yin Machin didn't stand on ceremony and ate heartily. Yin Mo Chin had a graceful bearing and was handsome beyond compare. When Shui Ruhan and Sima Muhan saw his table manners, they were secretly astonished. However, not long after, Sima Muhan and Ouyang Shuang didn't stand on ceremony. For some reason, the two women seemed to be secretly cheering. Not only did they eat heartily, they even hugged a large jar of wine each and drank fiercely. Du Xiaofu, Yin Machin, Yunling, and the others saw that the situation wasn't good and took the initiative to avoid it. Shui Ruhan and Phantom, the two women who didn't eat food, couldn't resist the aroma of roast meat in the end. When they saw Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoqing, and Ouyang Shuang eating like tigers and wolves, Shui Ruhan and Phantom couldn't help but try it. The result was obvious. The two women, like Sima Muhan and Ouyang Shuang, became boorish. In the end, Sima Muhan, Ouyang Shuang, Phantom, and Shui Ruhan drank until they were dead drunk. The four beautiful women were on the verge of collapsing. They supported each other and left the mountain. I wanted to spar with you back then. Luckily, I didn't go. On the mountain, Yunling reeked of wine as he put his hand on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Why don't we spar now?" Du Xiaofu smiled. It just so happened that he had some enlightenment recently. Spar with you? Forget it. I'm not drunk. Yunling glared at Du Xiaofu and walked away from him. Late at night, everyone left after filling their stomachs. When Du Xiaofu returned to his room, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's room was occupied by Sima Muhan, Ouyang Shuang, Phantom, and Shui Ruhan. The four beautiful women were lying on the bed that originally belonged to Du Xiaofu. Their beautiful curves were enough to make one's nose bleed. This Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded. In the end, he could only leave. But before he left, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at them with a trace of reluctance. When he returned to the mountain peak, the sky was almost bright. Du Xiaofu wasn't in the mood to cultivate. He stood quietly, looking at the direction of the moon until dawn. Early in the morning, Mo Wen, Gu Zhongyu, Guzong, and the rest came. In a side room of the courtyard, Du Xiaofu summoned the desolate ancient space and let the surprised people in. When Du Xiaofu summoned the purple lightning profound cauldron, Guzong, Haoguan, and the others who had entered the sealed ancient land sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes shrunk. Don't tell anyone. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He asked Mo Wen and the others to come because he trusted them. After putting them into the purple lightning profound cauldron, he left the desolate ancient space. The ancient golden space was one of the three spaces in the ancient heaven sect. To enter the ancient golden space, one had to use the energy gold talisman. Otherwise, one would be expelled. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1003. With Du Xiaofu's current status and wealth in the ancient sky sect, as well as Sima Muhan, obtaining the energy gold talisman was naturally not a problem. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the ancient golden space early in the morning, he saw Sima Muhan, and the two of them entered the ancient golden space. The ancient sky sect had a total of 3 special spaces, namely the ancient golden space, the ancient silver space, and the ancient bronze space. The 3 spaces corresponded to the disciples of the ancient sky sect for 3 years. Within each space, there were various martial skills, talisman arrays, beast energy, secret techniques, and so on. Within the 3 spaces, the talisman arrays and secret techniques were of different difficulty levels. The most difficult one was naturally the ancient golden space. The energy gold talismans that entered the ancient golden space were also the most expensive. Once the energy gold talismans were used up, they would have to be earned again. Otherwise, they would be pushed out. The 3 spaces were all individually sealed, small spaces. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength in talisman arrays, he could see more and more of their essence. However, Du Xiaofu also knew that with his current cultivation, he was far from being able to do so. This was enough to show the ancient sky sect's foundation. Within the ancient golden space, everything was as Du Xiaofu had imagined. There were insights, beast energy, secret techniques, cultivation experiences, and various cultivation explanations left behind by the ancient sky sect's ancestors everywhere. The level of understanding was higher than that of the ancient bronze space. Various martial skills and talisman arrays were engraved on huge jade stone tablets for all the disciples of the ancient sky sect to comprehend. This also attracted Du Xiaofu's attention, and he wanted to comprehend it. The place we're going is still ahead. Sima Muhan pulled Du Xiaofu, wanting to take Du Xiaofu to another place to comprehend. All right, these secret techniques are vast. I'll comprehend them later. Du Xiaofu was a little reluctant. The ancient golden space in the ancient sky sect was definitely different. Following Sima Muhan, Du Xiaofu saw some familiar figures along the way. There were even many elders and protectors in the ancient golden space. Some of them were comprehending martial skills, while others were comprehending beast energy. There were also people who were immersed in the various cultivation experiences of the ancient sky sect's ancestors and did not pay attention to others. Everyone was immersed in their own world. They were comprehending and cultivating. There's something familiar. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of familiarity. It was not but a feeling. It was a strange feeling. It was a strange feeling. We've arrived, Sima Muhan said in the Du Xiaofu in front of an empty valley. This was the depths of the ancient golden space, as if they had reached the edge of this space. There was nothing around him, only a vast expanse of land. Bright, saint bright, bright. Bright sword, sword, sword plays, dragon sword world. Du Xiaofu could not help but feel suspicious. The surroundings were empty, and there was no place to comprehend anything, except for a strange, familiar aura. Could it be that the ancient sky sect's ancestor comprehended the bright saint sword manual here? Du Xiaofu was a little suspicious. However, the strange aura at this time seemed to be related to the bright saint sword manual, and also to him. There's a small space here. There aren't many people in the world who know about this place. This is the most secret place in the ancient sky sect. Sima Muhan pursed her lips. She formed a seal in her hand, and then an object appeared, turning into a talisman that flew out secretly. Finally, a spatial entrance opened in front of the valley. A beautiful figure flashed in, and a voice sounded, "Come in quickly." This is the place where the ancestor comprehended the bright saint sword manual. Du Xiaofu heard this and immediately flew in. Then, the spatial entrance's ripples slowly disappeared. Everything in the space was normal. The aura was ancient, and it was not very wide. There was nothing around. In the center of the space there was a mountain. This mountain seemed to be barren, as if it was a land of death. In this space, the mountaintop appeared to be completely dried up. Half of a stone tablet stood on top of the sand and rocks, while the other half was buried in the barren mountain. The stone tablet was not small, and the exposed part was dozens of feet high. It was modeled as if it came from ancient times and had existed for countless years. There were many small, intricate cracks on it. When Du Xiaofu saw the stone tablet on the barren mountain, his body trembled. His clear pupils shrank slightly, just like when his master, Gu Qingyang, saw the purple lightning profound cauldron. No one knows how long this stone tablet has existed. Even now, no one in the ancient heavens sect knows how long this stone tablet has existed. This stone tablet has existed since the ancestors of the ancient heaven sect. It is a treasure. Rumor has it that anyone who can truly comprehend it will be able to obtain a great divine ability. Sima Muhan looked at Du Xiaofu's expression. There was some surprise in her light purple eyes. She said, "It's just that for a long time, no one has been able to comprehend it completely. Only the senior in the Mancha back then comprehended the bright saint sword manual from this stone tablet. This proves that this stone tablet is indeed a treasure. I came here in hopes of making progress in the way of the sword. This is the second stone tablet. It's something that can only be found by chance. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed, and then he smiled. The stone tablet before him was exactly the same as the stone tablet on the barren mountain in the Du family's residence. That stone tablet contained a vast and mysterious technique. This was the second stone tablet. When Du Xiaofu comprehended the mysterious technique, he felt that there would be a second technique. However, he couldn't find the second technique in the broken stone tablet, so he had no choice but to give up. Looking at the stone tablet, Du Xiaofu smiled. His feet touched the ground, and his figure suddenly flew out and landed lightly in front of the stone tablet. Du Xiaofu even forgot that Sima Muhan was beside him. He stood directly in front of the stone tablet and stared at it without blinking. What the hell? Sima Muhan looked at Du Xiaofu's back and muttered. Then she landed behind Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu seemed to have comprehended something, Sima Muhan didn't disturb him. However, Sima Muhan felt strange. Was this stone tablet really a treasure? According to the Manchues records, no one in the Ancient Heaven sect was interested in this stone tablet. Although it was rumored that this stone tablet was a treasure that contained a great ability, no one paid attention to it. In the past, there were experts who checked the stone tablet. It was an ordinary stone tablet that couldn't be any more ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Muncha thought that an expert with great talent had comprehended the extraordinary bright Saint Sword Manual from the stone tablet, it would have attracted the attention of the Ancient Heaven sect again. Otherwise, this stone tablet would have been forgotten long ago. Does it really contain a great ability? Sima Muhan muttered. Then she followed Du Xiaofu's actions and carefully looked at the ancient stone tablet, hoping to comprehend something. However, time passed slowly. Aside from some mottled marks on the stone tablet, it was completely an ordinary stone tablet. Sima Muhan really couldn't comprehend anything. A few days later, Sima Muhan, who was on the verge of collapse, secretly looked at the purple-robed young man beside her. He actually maintained the same posture for several days without moving, which surprised Sima Muhan. Humph! Sima Muhan pouted slightly. She was somewhat unwilling to admit defeat. That guy seemed to have comprehended something. How could she be weaker than him? Did he really comprehend something? After 7 days, Sima Muhan really couldn't endure it anymore. She couldn't comprehend anything at all, but the purple-robed young man beside her didn't move for 7 days. I don't believe it. Sima Muhan secretly stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. She continued to persevere, looking for any possible clues on the stone tablet. She couldn't wait to smash the stone tablet and search for it. After another 3 days, Sima Muhan's beautiful face looked very ugly. She really couldn't endure it anymore. This can't contain a great ability. Sima Muhan's face was helpless. She felt like an idiot. She stood in front of an ordinary stone tablet without moving for 10 days and didn't even know what she was doing. On the contrary, the fellow beside him seemed to have realized something. Take your time to comprehend it. I'll leave first. Slightly pouting, Sima Muhan gave up and turned to leave. Then, Sima Muhan thought of something. She put all the energy gold talismans on her body into Du Xiaofu's body and turned to leave angrily. Chapter 1004. Time passed slowly in this space. Du Xiaofu maintained the same posture. It was as if he had returned to the Du family in Stone City, making others look like a fool. After an unknown amount of time, the golden energy talismans on Du Xiaofu's body became fewer and fewer. His figure finally changed his posture and began to sit cross-legged. His eyes were slightly closed on his resolute face, and his thick eyebrows were like swords. The devil religion has appeared. What is their intention? The afterglow of the setting sun shrouded the mountains. In front of the main hall of the Ancient Heaven sect, Sima Tashing looked at the sky in front of him. His glassy eyes flickered with the color of the setting sun. Sect Master, the devil religion, seems to have been collecting spirit thunder. Xiahou Fenglei has the 3,000 repelling thunder. Although he suffered a heavy blow this time, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. Protector Hao said, even if the devil religion won't let this matter go, they have suffered a heavy blow this time. In addition, GMO has broken through the Nirvana realm and entered the martial domain. The devil religion has to be wary of other forces. I'm afraid they won't make any big moves in a short time. Sima Taxing frowned slightly and said softly, the devil religion has been hiding for a long time, but now they have appeared. The sealed ancient land of the central continent has appeared, and rumor has it that the other 8 continents are not peaceful. The last time I went there, I received some news that there may be great chaos in this world. Great chaos? Protector Hao's eyes turned solemn. How is that kid now? Sima Taxing suddenly turned and asked Protector Hao. He's still there. Protector Hao's eyes were a little surprised. He replied to Sima Taxing, it has been 3 months. Sima Taxing's eyes flickered when he heard this. He said softly, it has been 3 months. Except for that ancestor in the Manchu, no one has been able to last 3 months. Could it be that the kid has really comprehended something? Time was still passing. The liveliness in the sealed ancient land outside the divine Thunder Mountain range finally calmed down. The entire sealed ancient land had been turned upside down. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. Although some people gained benefits, most of them returned disappointed. Not many people knew that the divine Thunder Cauldron had already fallen into Du Xiaofu's hands. Most of the treasures in the sealed ancient land had fallen into the hands of the Phantom, the Beast Killer, the Bloodvine Killer, and Han Xia. In the end, they had all fallen into the hands of Du Xiaofu. It's been half a year. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing was puzzled and his eyes were shining. I've already gone to take a look. He seems to have comprehended something. Even I don't dare to stay in that space. Dharma Protector Hao's eyes were filled with astonishment. He went into the space and saw the young man in the purple robe standing in front of the stone stele. There was no aura around him, as if he were an old monk meditating, or perhaps he had already passed away. However, it was so silent, an invisible aura spread through the air, making him not dare to stay any longer. It was as if the aura could tear his body apart. What did he comprehend? Hearing this, Sima Taxing asked in surprise. He knew Protector Hao's cultivation. Sword. It's a sword intent. A terrifying sword intent. The shock in Protector Hao's eyes grew stronger. The sword intent in that space was too terrifying. The sword intent was so domineering that it seemed to have formed a space of its own. As soon as he got close, he had to retreat. Time passed, and the central continent returned to its former peace. The name of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had already spread throughout the central continent. There had been no news of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, for more than a year. People had started to investigate, but no one knew where Du Xiaofu had gone. In the spirit domain, the 7-star hall was growing stronger and stronger. As the weapon Venerable and the 9 lives Venerable, GMO, reappeared, they began to openly recruit outside. For a time, it attracted many wandering cultivators and small and medium-sized forces. The movement made the 9 major forces watch. As for the Divine Light Court, under the purge of the 7-star hall, their territories were swept away. However, no more experts appeared, allowing the 7-star hall to sweep away all the territories. The territories of no less than 20 empires all fell into the hands of the 7-star hall. Among them, there were many who took advantage of the situation. It was said that the Sky Snake sect and many other forces took the opportunity to gain a lot of benefits from the Divine Light Court. As for the Divine Light Court's Xinguang, Heavenly Venerable, he just hid in his lair and never appeared. However, the experts of the 7-star hall did not go to the Divine Light Court's lair either. But all the major forces in the central continent knew that the divine light court had been completely destroyed. If it were not for the devil religion, it would have been completely destroyed by the seven-star hull. In the dark forest, more than a year had passed. It was also a mess. With the fall of the Stone Dragon Empire's Chung family, the desolate country's Du family did not plan to take over the Stone Dragon Empire. Some of the surrounding empires were eager to take over the Stone Dragon Empire. Even the Tianhu Empire and the other two empires that had been attacked at their doorstep took the opportunity to counterattack. In the end, many of the surrounding empires could not stand it anymore and attacked the Stone Dragon Empire. After the war between the Stone Dragon Empire and the desolate country, as well as the war with the Tianhu Empire and the other two empires, some of the major cities had not completely recovered and were already riddled with holes. At this time, it was impossible for them to stop the allied forces of the many empires. It had been more than half a year, and the Stone Dragon Empire was filled with smoke. Countless people had lost their homes, and there were corpses everywhere. Countless major cities were covered in blood. The huge Stone Dragon Empire had been divided into 3 parts by the various empires. The few old kings who had come out at this time were unable to stop the footsteps of the surrounding empires. Moreover, everyone knew that behind the various empires there were traces of several of the 9 great forces. It could be said that if those empires were not afraid of the desolate country's intervention, they would have already swept all the way to Dragon City. Countless refugees from the Stone Dragon Empire rushed to the desolate country to seek shelter and were accepted by the desolate country. However, the desolate country was soon overcrowded. Vice President, our desolate country is already overcrowded. We can't fit in the dark forest anymore. Li Shui said to Du Yunlong in the main hall of the Stone City's Du family, "We can't just ignore them. We'll try our best to take care of as much as we can. Prepare food and clean water for the refugees. We must take good care of the elderly, women, and children." Du Yunlong spoke, his sharp eyes filled with determination. Yunlong has matured. With Xiaofu in charge of external affairs and him in charge of internal affairs, our Du family will not fall. Du Jinwu said to Du Zhixiong in the main hall. His eyes were filled with gratification. The younger generation of the Du family were all extraordinary. When they saw this, they were overjoyed. Vice President, the North Vanquishing Monarch, the South Vanquishing Monarch, and the East Vanquishing Monarch have sent people 3 times. They want us to send troops to help. Li Shui continued. Within the Stone Dragon Empire, countless refugees have come praying. They want to see the Rock Emperor and hope that the Rock Emperor will send troops to save the Stone Dragon Empire. This is the 3rd time that the 3 old Wangs have sent people here. They have a special relationship with Xiaofu, Du Jinwu said. The Stone Dragon Empire is now flowing with rivers of blood and countless refugees. We, old master, we have nothing to do with the Stone Dragon Empire. I don't agree with sending troops. Murong Yura said. She had always opposed the desolate country sending troops. She had even refused the 3 monarchs' request. Miss Murong, the 3 monarchs have asked for help 3 times. Countless people have suffered. Moreover, the 3 monarchs mentioned in their letters that regardless of whether Xiaofu agrees or not, Xiaofu is now the emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. Xiaofu is angry and wants to avoid the Stone Dragon Empire. However, I'm afraid he won't have the heart to see the Stone Dragon Empire run wild. Our Stone City's debt is the Chung family, not the countless people of the Stone Dragon Empire. Du Jinwu couldn't bear it. The Stone Dragon Empire was filled with refugees. The 3 monarchs had asked for help 3 times, and countless refugees had come to pray. He wasn't hard-hearted and couldn't bear it. If 3rd brother was here, he wouldn't have the heart to see the Stone Dragon Empire run wild. Even when we went to Dragon City, 3rd brother couldn't bear to attack the civilians. Du Xiaoman said. She knew 3rd brother's personality. Although he was domineering, that was only towards his enemies. What do you all think? Perhaps we can do something to help. At least we can protect several cities and give the refugees a place to live. An old man from the Du family spoke. He couldn't bear to see the Stone Dragon Empire run wild. After all, Stone City and the Stone Dragon Empire had an unclear relationship. Chapter 1005. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. in the main hall, the experts from the World Society and the Celestial Beast Hall looked at each other in silence. Du Yunlong didn't say anything either. He seemed to be pondering something in his sharp eyes. Do you really have the heart to see wails and cries everywhere? Everyone go outside and take a look. How many people are in terrible states? How many have lost their homes? How many have lost their families? How many are crying everywhere? This is a great suffering. An old woman from the Du family continued to speak. Looking at the experts in the main hall, she said, "You all have the ability now. No matter what the reason is, even if you can only protect some people, it's good enough." Everyone in the main hall heard this. This was an elder from the Du family who rarely spoke. They knew she was kind. What she said made sense. At this moment, there were people in terrible states everywhere in the Stone Dragon Empire. Even the absolute Sword King and the others who were ruthless in killing could not bear to see such a disaster. This was because they weren't attacking the enemy. Most of the people who were bleeding were civilians. There were even old, weak women and children. Yunlong, Lil Man, please say something. We'll do what we can. That's good too. A silver-haired old woman from the Du family looked at Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman. She hoped the desolate country would intervene and at least protect some of the civilians. Why don't we take down the Lanling prefecture and shelter the refugees? This way. We'll be doing our duty, someone from the World Society said softly. Why don't? Du Xiaoman opened her mouth as if to agree. General Gu Xinyan, Gua Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and Gue will have already gone to help. They are from the Stone Dragon Empire. I have nothing to say, Morong Yurua interrupted Du Xiaoman and said to the crowd. But as long as they are from the World Society, I don't agree to intervene. Miss Morong, I know that you will do your best for the world. You have sacrificed a lot for the desolate country, and I thank you for that. But look outside. You can't be so cruel. If you really don't agree, then let's have a vote. The silver-haired old woman of the Du family looked at Morong Yurua, then said to the people in the hall, Are you really not going to care? Yunlong, Xiaoman, Zhenwu, Zhixiong, you are all members of the Du family. The Du family has a rule. A family that accumulates kindness will have more to celebrate, and a family that accumulates evil will have more to suffer. Do you still remember? Even if Xiaofu is here today, I will definitely ask him to protect the refugees. Otherwise, this old woman will die here today. Great-grandmother, Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong turned pale. Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong stood up. That old man had the same status as the head elder of the Du family. Sister Yurua, what do you think? Du Xiaoman looked at Morong Yurua. In terms of age, she was older than Morong Yurua. I don't agree. Morong Yurua looked determined and did not waver. Little girl, how can you be so cold-hearted? The old woman said angrily. Morong Yurua looked at the old woman. She did not speak, but her expression was still determined. I support Sister Yurua. Li Shuai looked around, then her red lips curled up. She supported Morong Yurua. I also support Miss Morong. Du Yunlong's eyes were filled with determination. Take great-grandmother away to rest, and take good care of her, Morong Yurua said. The meaning of her words was clear. Everyone understood what she meant by taking good care of her. It was equivalent to putting her under house arrest to prevent any accidents from happening to her. Great-grandmother, I will take you away to rest. Leave the rest to us. A younger generation of the Du family stepped forward. Under Du Yunlong's nod, they forcibly led the old woman away. You are really heartless and cold-hearted. Little girl Morong, this is the Du family's matter. Why are you interfering in our Du family's matter? Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong Yunlong, Xiaoman, you have disappointed me, the old woman said angrily, but she was then led away by the younger generation of the Du family. Many people in the hall looked at each other. Looking at the people in the hall, Morong Yuroa stood up and said, "If you listen to me, no one will interfere. If you don't, I can leave at any time." Morong Yuroa said to Li Shui, "Inform the 3 old kings that we will not interfere. If they are willing to come to the World Summit and the Barren Country, we will welcome them. The Rock Emperor should also hope that they can come to the Barren Country at this time." "I will do it now." Li Shui nodded and left. "I will stop this. If the president blames us in the future, I will bear all the consequences." Morong Yuroa turned and said to the people in the hall. Then she also turned and left. Time continued to pass quietly. Since Du Xiaofu had entered the small space within the ancient golden space, a full year and 2 months had already passed. During this year and 2 months, the ancient heaven sect was as peaceful as ever. In the spirit realm, the devil religion did not take revenge on the 7-star hall. The 7-star hall was also recruiting and recuperating. Crack, crack. A sound came from the deepest part of the ancient golden space. What's going on? A crack had appeared in a small space. The dazzling rune fluctuations attracted the attention of many people in the ancient golden space. In the small space, Du Xiaofu was still meditating in front of the stone tablet on the barren mountain. His eyes were closed, and there was no sound around him. It was as if he had passed away. But at this time, Du Xiaofu's golden energy talisman seemed to have run out and was about to be pushed out of this space. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was immersed in a certain state. It was as if the space around the barren mountain had merged with him. This ancient golden space was trying to push Du Xiaofu out. It was pushing out the entire barren mountain, including the stone tablet. Crash! The golden energy talisman finally ran out. There was an invisible and irresistible force in this space that directly pushed out the entire barren mountain. What's going on? At this time, many of the ancient heaven sect's elders, protectors, and disciples were surprised. A barren mountain had appeared out of thin air. What was even more surprising was that Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet on the barren mountain. The barren mountain was once again pushed out by the invisible force of the ancient golden space. Under everyone's shocked gazes, it was finally pushed out. Boom! Early in the morning, the peaceful ancient heaven sect shook. Outside the ancient golden space, a barren mountain appeared out of thin air and finally landed on top of 2 mountain peaks. It was a shocking scene, but then everything returned to normal. There was no aura fluctuation in the surroundings. It was just a barren mountain that appeared on top of 2 towering mountain peaks. There was an ancient stone tablet on the barren mountain, and a purple-robed youth was sitting cross-legged in front of it. Swoosh, swoosh. The commotion just now attracted the attention of the ancient heaven sect's experts. Then some figures appeared, and their gazes fell on the barren mountain that appeared out of thin air. For many people, and even for the ancient heaven sect's elders, there were only a few who knew about the existence of the stone tablet. Therefore, many figures appeared and looked at the barren mountain that appeared out of thin air with strange expressions. What's going on? Why is Martial Uncle Du there? Why did a barren mountain suddenly appear? Is it related to Martial Uncle Du? Is Martial Uncle Du trying to comprehend the stone tablet? More and more figures appeared, and they all looked curiously at Du Xiaofu. Some people tried to look at the stone tablet, but they couldn't see anything. Uffed! Suddenly, a disciple of the ancient heaven sect vomited blood, and his face turned pale as if he had suffered a heavy blow. All disciples, pay attention. Don't look at your Martial Uncle Du. A loud voice shouted, waking up many disciples who were looking at Du Xiaofu. They were all pale with fright. Sword intent. His whole body is filled with sword intent. What is he trying to comprehend? On a mountain peak in the distance, Sima Texing stood, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked at the purple-robed youth, sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet with shock in his eyes. The bright Saint Sword manual was comprehended from the stone tablet. Is Xiaofu also comprehending the sword principle at this moment? Elder Gu Qingyang frowned slightly. He looked at his disciple in the distance and said softly, "But this doesn't look like a simple sword Dao. That sword Dao seems to be the domineering sword Dao he comprehended in the sealed ancient land. Master, is he our junior brother?" Beside Elder Gu Qingyang, there was an old man who was about the same age as Yu Wanli. He was slender and wore a long robe. His eyes were bright, and one could tell that he must have been extremely handsome when he was young. Like Elder Gu Qingyang, this old man also carried an ancient long sword on his back. "He is your junior brother." Gu Qingyang nodded to the old man beside him and said, "Your junior brother has comprehended the bright Saint Sword manual much faster than you." 1 against 10, a supreme genius. The old man smiled and looked at the purple-robed youth in front of the stone tablet. Then shock flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "What a powerful sword intent!" Time passed, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. The appearance of a barren mountain outside the ancient golden space surprised all the disciples of the ancient heaven sect, but it gradually calmed down after a month. However, Du Xiaofu showed no signs of waking up in front of the stone tablet. Even his posture had not changed. Finally, Du Xiaofu moved. However, he only lifted his head and stared at the empty stone tablet for 10 whole days. After that, he closed his eyes once again. Chapter 1006. Even the great Luan sect, which everyone knew had suffered a great loss at the hands of Du Xiaofu, had never made trouble for the 7-star Hall. The calmness of the 9 great Luan sect made people feel that there was a special undercurrent. It seemed that something big was about to happen in the central plains that had been peaceful for a long time. The desolate country stood between the dark forest and Stone City. Even though many empires on the border were dividing up the Stone Dragon Empire, no one dared to make a move against the desolate country. The old kings of the Stone Dragon Empire couldn't hold on until the new generation of the general, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and others joined in. They had all stepped into the martial emperor realm and were extremely talented. Therefore, they were able to hold back several empires and barely put up a last stand. However, that kind of resistance wouldn't last long. After repeated wars, the last army of the Stone Dragon Empire couldn't hold on anymore. They were short on supplies and their morale was unstable. More importantly, the shadows of several of the 9 great Luan sects were behind the empires. Even the general and the others couldn't hold on for long. The dragon vein has been broken. Is the Stone Dragon Empire's fate really coming to an end? Smoke rose in front of the army. The North vanquishing king wore blood-stained armor and had a solemn expression. Stone City, Du family's back mountain. Sister Yuroa, everything has been arranged. We've done our best to take care of the refugees of the Stone Dragon Empire. On the mountain peak, Li Shui's attire was still as enchanting. She had become more capable over the years. She was young, but held a high position in the world society. At this time, she was already famous in the desolate country. She had countless suitors, but no one could get close to her. Do our best, especially the old, the weak, women, and children. Also, let the flying monsters of the Heavenly Beast Hall bring food, water, and medicine to places with more refugees, said Morong Yuro. Okay. Li Shui nodded and turned to leave. Then, she seemed to remember something and looked back at Morong Yuro. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Just say what you want to say. Is there anything you can't say to me? Morong Yuro smiled. Li Shui's eyes moved. She smiled faintly and said, Many of the elders in the Du family have some complaints about you, and some people in the Stone City also feel that you are too hard-hearted. At the very least, you should have taken down the Lanling prefecture to settle the refugees. These days, the vice president and the minister have been under a lot of pressure. After all, Stone City and the Stone Dragon Empire have a lot of connections. Murong Yurua's eyes seemed calm. She then muttered in a low voice, "It's good that they are kind-hearted, but they won't be able to accomplish great things." Li Shui looked at Murong Yurua and said, "No matter what, I will always support Sister Yurua." "Why do you support such a hard-hearted person like me?" Murong Yurua asked Li Shui with a faint smile. "Because you're doing this for the guild leader. You know that even if the guild leader were here right now, he would have already taken action. You're just trying to pave a path for the guild leader while he's not here." Li Shui said with a smile. She then turned around and left. Her beautiful figure left behind a beautiful arc in the air before she disappeared. "It's really hard on you, little girl." As Li Shui's figure left, a rather wretched middle-aged face appeared in front of Murong Yurua's brother Qing Chen. Murong Yurua smiled and bowed when she saw the figure in front of her. "There's no need for those formalities. I'm just an idle person." Zhen Qing Chen smiled. There was a charm around him. If Brother Qing Chen were an idle person, I can guarantee that the great Luan sect would have wanted to come to the desolate nation long ago. Murong Yurua's autumn eyes were like water. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed with spiritual light. Her temperament was like a gentle breeze that gently brushed past her. "Ha ha!" Zhen Qingchen smiled and looked at Murong Yurua before him. He said softly, "I didn't expect that the ones with courage in the desolate nation would be you two little girls. Brother Qingchen, you must be joking." Old Yi went into seclusion because Miss Xie Fei has already become his disciple. She has received the true teachings of Old Yi. He was afraid that Miss Xie Fei would come to ask for help. Therefore, he deliberately went into seclusion and left everything to me. The vice president is also clear in his heart. However, as a member of the desolate nation's royal family, he should be benevolent. He is now representing the Rock Emperor. There are some things that he wants to do, but may not be suitable for him to do. Therefore, there are some things that only an outsider like me can do. Murong Yurua walked with light steps. Her delicate body was lithe and tender, and her curves were graceful. Her delicate face was peerless. She looked at the mountain peak in front of her with ripples in her eyes. Zhen Qingchen looked at the girl before him and smiled. He then waved his hand and said with some arrogance, "Yi Wuming and Du Yunlong can see it, but they don't do it. They are benevolent. They can only guard the mountains and rivers, but they can't open them. Guarding a mountain is more difficult than opening a river." Murong Yurua looked at Zhen Qingchen and said with a smile, "Brother Qingchen, are you saying that I'm not benevolent enough, that my heart is hard, and that I'm a vicious woman? But now is not the time for that kid to guard a mountain. What he needs is to open a river. Open a mountain and river." Zhen Qingchen looked at Murong Yurua and smiled, saying, "I know whether you're a vicious woman or not." Murong Yurua smiled and continued to look ahead. The breeze lifted her skirt, and she said softly, "I don't know when he will come back. He must have encountered something. At least there won't be any danger in the ancient heaven sect," said Zhen Qingchen. Looking at the girl in front of him, there was a slight fluctuation in the depths of his inverted, triangular eyes. After which he smiled and said, "Girl, since you call me Brother Qingchen, why don't you become my sworn sister? I just don't know if you're willing." Yorua greets Brother Qingchen. A smile appeared on Murong Yurua's beautiful face. She immediately bowed. She knew what kind of person the person before her was. "Ha ha!" Zhen Qingchen smiled and helped Murong Yurua up. "Do whatever you want in the future. I'm here for you." "Thank you, Brother Qingchen." Murong Yurua was grateful. She knew that the middle-aged man before her was helping her and becoming her pillar of support. "Silly girl." Zhen Qingchen smiled and walked a few steps to the edge of the mountain peak. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky with a serious expression. Then, a chill flashed in the depths of his wretched but charming eyes. He said softly he needs to be strong, not only himself, but also those around him. In the future, he won't be facing one person, but a group of people from that clan. If he isn't strong, he won't be able to dig out his heart a second time. Time flowed like water. As Du Xiaofu returned to the ancient heaven sect, spring passed and autumn came. 2 cycles had already passed. Amidst the lush green mountains, strange flowers, and towering trees, there was a tinge of reddish-yellow color. The barren mountain had appeared in the ancient golden space, hanging on the top of 2 huge mountain peaks. It had already been a year since it appeared. Time quietly passed, but many people in the ancient heaven sect were burning with anxiety. However, none of them could do anything about Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was still immersed in front of the ancient stone tablet. Ever since he opened his eyes for 10 days a few months ago, he had not opened them again. During this period, the area around the barren mountain had become a forbidden area of the ancient heaven sect. Apart from a few people like Elder Gu Qingyang, even many elders of the ancient heaven sect were forbidden from getting too close. However, all the disciples of the ancient heaven sect knew that Du Xiaofu was meditating in front of the stone tablet. He seemed to be comprehending something. Even outside the ancient heaven sect, there was a lot of news that Du Xiaofu, the Demon King, had been in seclusion in the ancient heaven sect during the 2 years he had disappeared. In a vast and ancient space, there was an independent world. The mountains were lush green, and there were many ancient buildings with exquisite carvings. A lone peak stood tall, covered in lush green vegetation. The sky was blue and vast. A woman in a green dress stood on the mountain peak. She was only 21 or 22 years old. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair fell to her perky buttocks. The outline of her exquisite face revealed an otherworldly aura. Chapter 1007. The woman's beautiful figure stood there. On her otherworldly face, her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars as she stared at a certain spot in the sky. She was in a daze for a long time. Only when night fell did she raise her head slightly. The corners of her red lips trembled slightly as she softly muttered, "You didn't tell me, but did you really think that I wouldn't know?" As her voice fell, the woman's hand seals condensed, and her entire body was wrapped in runes. Then, from her chest, a smear of faint golden blood was spat out from her red lips. Puchi, this blood, wrapped around the symbols. It was not ordinary blood, but essence blood. The blood was wrapped by the rune on her delicate palm. Then she rubbed it between her eyebrows. As the seal formed, a ray of light shot out from between the woman's eyebrows and exploded into a dazzling light on the mountain peak. Walala! A large number of dazzling runes rippled in the air, causing the space to rustle. Those dazzling runes were obscure and complicated, emitting dazzling light that seemed both real and illusory. This light was like the bright moon, but also like the roiling clouds of morning dew, flickering indeterminately. However, within this light, there was a terrifying fluctuation and an unparalleled aura that intertwined with each other. In the end, it was as if a painting of the void had been pulled open in front of the mountain. Within the scroll, there was a young boy in a small border city who had been mocked and ridiculed since he was a child. After that, the young man sat alone on the barren mountain, enduring all the mockery and ridicule. Occasionally he would smile, showing his indifference to all the mockery and ridicule. The youth grew up. Occasionally he would travel through the wilderness with a sloppy, white-haired old man. They would catch fish and roast meat, and he would smile innocently. Under the ancient stone tablet, the young man comprehended it. In the depths of the mountain range, he was held hostage and was in great danger. In the end, he obtained the bones of the golden-winged great rock. Entering Lanling Prefecture City, entering Tianwu Academy, and venturing into the dark forest. In the Stone Dragon Empire, before becoming a king, he had already slain a king. The destruction of Tianwu Academy infuriated the young man. He brandished his sword and started a massacre before entering the ancient heaven sect. The scenes in the painting changed rapidly. The young man's life appeared before the woman's eyes, causing her to frown, smile, and feel her heart ache. She even shed tears, allowing them to flow down her cheeks. Only a few people in this world were able to see her tears. Originally, there was no such thing as empathy in this world. However, at this moment, this woman was able to feel it. It was as if those scenes had fused into her soul, and she was truly experiencing it herself. In this familiar place, that boy had grown into a young man. In this familiar place, he had once caused havoc everywhere, and in the end, he had been surrounded by countless experts. Above the void, the young man floated in midair. His pair of golden eyes were sharp and frightening. He pointed his sword and shouted, "You just want my heart. You are just afraid that my sister and my mother won't want my heart." After saying that, the purple-robed young man slowly put down the broadsword in his hand. He sighed slightly and looked at the sky. The woman could feel the young man's silent anger, helplessness, worry, and longing in his eyes that could pierce through the picture scroll. My little sister. Although I haven't met her yet, she is still my little sister. How can I not save her? Why do you have to deceive me like this? First, I want my father to be with my mother and younger sister. Secondly, I want the boundless tree. The young man's voice echoed in the painting. In the end, his eyes were filled with reluctance, disappointment, and complicated emotions. Then he muttered something, and the corners of his mouth curved into a bitter smile. Looking at the sky around him, he was silent for a while, as if he was in a daze. "Mother, sister, I think we won't be able to see each other again in this life. I have too many things that I can't accept, too many things that I can't do. Master's task, the clan's expectations, I can't accept it. Sister, in the future, please complete them for me. Okay." The woman seemed to be able to faintly hear the young man's words. Pain, it was very painful. It was an indescribable pain. Hearing the purple-robed young man's words, the woman's face was covered in tears. She couldn't tell if this was an illusion or reality. She softly sobbed and waved her hand to stop him. No, no! But the purple-robed young man couldn't stop her. Golden light jumped out from his body, and the golden light shined brightly. His already cracked body was once again covered in golden blood, as if his body was about to explode. Golden light was about to seep out of his body, and the purple-robed young man's chest directly cracked open. Golden light shot out, accompanied by mysterious runes and supreme pressure spread out. "Sister, you have to be good. Be filial to my parents for me, and protect my clan for me." As the purple-robed young man finished speaking, his right hand pierced into the crack in his chest like a claw, and a dazzling golden light burst out. "Mother, sister, I want to see you. I want to reunite with my family, but I can't do it. Forgive me." A thunderous roar reverberated in the air as a faint, golden, and blood-red heart appeared in the purple-robed young man's palm. This heart was beating powerfully like a drum, and it emitted a bright light. It was full of vitality, and a terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Sizzle! At this moment, blood splashed out from the purple-robed young man's chest. The blood was a faint golden color, and it was crystal clear. It was beautiful, but it looked so sad, like it was the last of its beauty. Blood flowed out from the young man's chest, but there was a smile on his face. At this moment, the heart in the woman's chest was beating violently, as if it was about to break out of her body. Pain, intense pain, as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She felt the pain of having her heart dug out. Tears flowed down her cheeks like torrents. "Big brother, don't!" The eyes of the woman in green were already blood red, and her body trembled. She couldn't endure it anymore, so she let out a cry and threw herself at the scroll. However, the mysterious runes on the talisman soon dissipated, and the picture scroll disappeared in midair. "Poochie!" The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body fell from the sky. Sigh! A sigh echoed, and Elder Ming's figure appeared. He supported the woman in green in the air, and his eyes were filled with helplessness as he sighed endlessly. "Elder Ming, why did you do this? Why did you kill my big brother? the woman's body trembled. She didn't know why, but at this moment she was extremely weak and she fainted. In the ancient heaven sect, the bright moon was hanging in the dark blue night sky, and the moonlight was like a bright white blade. On the barren mountain, the young man in front of the stone tablet suddenly felt his chest tremble. He raised his head, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, and they were like lightning that shot into the sky. Boom! At the same time, the faintly discernible and complicated cracks on the ancient stone tablet suddenly began to overflow with light. The cracks were rapidly widening, and the entire barren mountain was shaking at this moment. Crack, crack! The speed at which the stone tablet cracked became faster and faster, and the cracks on the ancient stone tablet became bigger and bigger. The light that spread out from the cracks also became more and more dazzling, as if it had turned into a curtain of light that enveloped the purple-robed young man. Rumble! Then the entire ancient stone tablet suddenly cracked and turned into a pile of gravel and powder. At the same time, the barren mountain floating above the 2 peaks also began to crack. In the end, as the earth shook, it turned into gravel and sand that poured down from the 2 towering peaks. The huge commotion woke up countless auras. Swoosh, swoosh! Many figures flew over from all over the ancient heaven sect, and they were the first to arrive. More and more figures were still coming. Under the moonlight, everyone watched as the barren mountain and stone tablet in front of them shattered into gravel. Everyone looked at the purple-robed young man who had opened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, the purple-robed young man was quietly standing in the void, looking up at the sky. Other than the flickering light in his eyes, he seemed to be in a daze. What's wrong with Junior Brother? Something seems wrong. In the distance, an old man with an ancient sword on his back looked at the purple-robed young man in surprise. Something seems wrong, but I can't put my finger on it, Gu Qingyang said softly. At this moment, his eyes were slightly focused. He looked at his disciple who had been silent for 2 years, and he had been worried about him. Junior Brother can't have gone mad, right? Suddenly, the old man with the sword on his back looked at the purple-robed young man. The faint aura made his heart tremble. It was very violent. Hearing this, Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes trembled, and he became more and more worried. I'll go check on Junior Brother, the old man said, and then he rushed out. Be careful, Gu Qingyang said to the old man. Master, I'll be careful. The old man was touched. It was rare for his master to show so much concern for him. I'm telling you to be careful of your junior brother. Don't disturb him, Gu Qingyang said to the old man without holding back. I know. The touched expression on the old man's face instantly disappeared. Then he helplessly looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and nodded. He felt wronged as he muttered, We're both disciples, but the treatment is too different. Whoosh! As he muttered to himself, the old man's figure soared through the air and approached Du Xiaofu. His expression gradually became more focused. The closer he got, the more surprised the old man was. The purple-robed young man did not have any aura, but at this moment he could feel an aura that made his heart tremble. That aura was like the ancestor of all weapons. It was like a sword, a spear, a rod, and a knife. That aura was extremely sharp. At this moment, the purple-robed young man stood quietly. However, he gave off the feeling that he was a silent, divine weapon, like a suppressed volcano that could erupt at any time.